Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the Agoura Hills City Council meeting. This meeting is being conducted in person in the council chambers and also by utilizing video conferencing. Please silence all cell phones and other electronic devices and do not access Zoom during the live meeting, as it will cause interference with the audio-visual system in the council chambers. Tonight's meeting may be viewed on Zoom via the link on the agenda, by live stream on YouTube by entering Agoura Hills City Council meeting in your browser and clicking on the link for March 22, 2023, or view the live or archived meeting on the city's website at agourahillscity.org and click on the Watch Meetings Online button. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54953B, Mayor Chris Anstead will be attending this City Council meeting via teleconferencing from the Hilton Orlando Business Office, 6001 Destination Parkway, Orlando, Florida 32819. This teleconference location is accessible to the public and will be open to the public for attendance at this meeting. I'm now going to defer to our City Clerk, Kimberly Rodriguez, take it from here.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Buckley-Weber. There will be an opportunity for the public to speak on any item listed on the agenda. Any person in the council chambers who wishes to speak or submit a written comment is requested to complete a public comment card for each item and submit to the city clerk prior to the public comment portion of the item. Comments submitted at the meeting will be provided to the city council for review and filed with the official record. For any person participating remotely, written public comments were requested to be emailed by 4 p.m. today and distributed to the City Council in advance of the meeting. To request to speak during public comment, please click on the Raise Hand button on the Zoom toolbar. Request to speak must be received prior to the Mayor Pro Tem closing the public comment portion of the item. Public testimony for all speakers is limited to 3 minutes per speaker. Written public comments will not be read aloud by the City Clerk. For full details, please refer to the public participation section on the agenda. Thank you.
I'm now going to call this meeting to order, the regular meeting of the Agoura Hills City Council, Wednesday, March 22nd, 2023. Let's see, I'm going to defer to Councilmember Wolf to lead us in the flag salute tonight.
Great. If I could ask everyone to stand and place their right hand over their heart and begin.
Thank you, Council Member. We will now defer to our City Clerk again to take a roll call.
Good evening. Councilmember Lopez?
Here.
Councilmember Sylvester?
Here.
Councilmember Wolf?
Here.
Mayor Anstead?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Buckley-Weber?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Buckley-Weber, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. No closed session was held tonight, so we have nothing to report. And now we'll go to the approval of the agenda. And if I can get a motion and a second, and please state your names for the video.
This is Councilmember Wolf, and I'll make a motion to approve the agenda.
Councilmember Sylvester seconds.
Thank you. I would need to have a roll call on that.
Councilmember Lopez?
Aye.
Councilmember Sylvester?
Aye.
Councilmember Wolf?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Buckley-Weber?
Aye.
Mayor Anstead?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Buckley-Weber, you have approval 5-0.
We're now moving on to presentations, and I'm going to step over to the other side of the dais. Can you guys all hear me? Okay. Rabbi Brisky, would you join me up here? Thank you. This is Rabbi Brisky, for those of you who don't know. I can't imagine somebody doesn't know that. He's here representing the Chabad of the Conejo to join me for a presentation recognizing Education and Sharing Day. The basis for the continuity of any society is education, and in the great state of California, the education of our youth is a priority. In order to achieve its highest goals, education must not only impart knowledge, but also teach the students how to live, forming and strengthening their moral character to make a better life for themselves as individuals and for society as a whole, imparting moral and ethical values that have been the bedrock of society since the dawn of civilization. A global spiritual leader and leading advocate for the advancement of education, the Rabbi Menachem Schneerson of righteous memory stressed that a moral and ethical education empowers every individual to develop their full potential in making the world a better place. Such an education can nurture the unity of diverse peoples through encouraging increased acts of goodness and kindness, imbued with the awareness that even a single positive act of an individual can change the world and usher in an era of global peace. Education and Sharing Day was established in 1978 by the 95th Congress of the United States to set aside a special day devoted to raise awareness and strengthen the education of our children. Education and Sharing Day is observed each year on the Rebbe's birthday in recognition of his outstanding and lasting contributions toward the improvement of education, morality, and acts of charity around the world. A day to pause and reflect on our responsibility to ensure our youth have the foundation necessary to lead lives rich in purpose and fulfillment through service and good works. April 2nd, 2023 will mark 121 years since the Rebbe's birth, capping a year in which thousands of new institutions and initiatives were launched throughout the world in tribute to this celebration. This year has an added significance as a year of Hakel, a biblical event of unity, education, and spiritual growth, emphasizing how every person is crucial to perfecting the world. The Chabad of the Conejo, part of the network of organizations established by the Rebbe, has been serving the needs of this community since 1979. Rabbi Brisky, I would like to present this proclamation to you on behalf of the City Council, proclaiming Sunday, April 2nd, 2023, to be Education and Sharing Day in the city of Agoura Hills, California, and call upon everyone to work together to create a better, brighter, and more promising future for all. So here is your proclamation. Thank you, Rabbi. And would you like to say a few words?
Of course. That's dangerous. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, honorable members of the City Council, and Mr. Mayor. You said you're in Florida? Well, welcome here to Agoura Hills. So thank you very much for having me. I just want to tell a short story. In 1968, the first African-American woman was elected to the United States Congress. Shocking that it took until 1968 for this country to do that. Her name was Shirley Chisholm. Shirley Chisholm is elected, and the party at that point is controlled by Southern Democrats. Didn't look too kindly that an African-American was now joining the Congress. So when it came to which commission she should be put to, which committee she should be put to, she wanted something that would help inner city, help the poor in Brooklyn. She represented Crown Heights, the neighborhood that I'm from. They gave her the agricultural committee of farming, which she knew absolutely nothing about. And she knew it was in spite, and she had a sense that racism played a part in her committee selection. She was very bitter, very hurt, and very down. Before she moves to Washington to take office, during that period of time from November to January, she receives a call from Rabbi Schneerson's office, from the Lubavitcher Rebbe's office. The Rebbe wants to see you. Shirley Chisholm knew of the Lubavitcher Rebbe. They both were residents on President Street. They were a block away from each other as residents. She was very much aware of who he was and was very honored that he wanted to see her. She came to that meeting, and the Rebbe says, I understand you're disappointed. I understand you're upset, and I know why you're upset. But everything has a reason. And even if those that are putting you there may have other reasons, everything is by divine plan. I know you want to help the poor of the country. There's a lot of excess food in this country. Find a way on the committee that you're on to help the poor of this country. On her first day in office, she's introduced to a senator from Kansas. His name is Bob Dole, a Republican senator. She's a Democrat in the Congress. They meet, they talk. Dole complains that other countries are now selling wheat to this country at very low prices, and the farmers in Kansas are struggling to stay alive. We have so much excess crop, I don't know what to do with it. Together, Shirley Chisholm and Bob Dole come up with a bill. And the bill is that the United States government should buy all excess crop and find a way to get it to the poor in the inner cities. Thus begins a major change in the welfare program of our country. Later, the WIC program is formed by the same two, by Bob Dole and Shirley Chisholm. When Shirley Chisholm retires many years later, at her retirement party, she stood up and she spoke about her career and how she devoted every moment of her career to helping the poor of this country. And then she says this, and if you want to know why, if you want to know why babies in this country had milk, why poor children had food on their table, it was because there was a rabbi in Brooklyn, New York, who none of you ever met, perhaps, who cared about you. And that was her closing speech to the United States House of Representatives. This is who the Lubavitcher Rebbe was. He was an individual who cared not just about the Jewish community, he cared about people. He cared about children. He cared about families. He cared about all. He focused so much on education, educate our children, help our children, raise beautiful families, focus on the family, focus on education. And I thank the city of Agoura Hills for recognizing this great man, recognizing the focus of his life, and declaring the day of his birthday to be Education and Sharing Day in the United States. Thank you all so much.
Thank you, Rabbi. That was a wonderful story. Thank you for sharing it with us. And we'll look forward to April 2nd. Is that what it was? April 2nd? Yes, April 2nd. Thank you.
Rabbi Brisky.
Oh, there you are. Yes. I'll get back.
Rabbi Brisky, can you hear me? Oh, wait a minute.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, do you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Rabbi Brisky, I appreciate your comments, and I want to thank you, first of all, for your leadership in Agoura Hills. And I want to also share, you shared a personal story, and I'd like to also share, based on what you've now told us, that I was not aware that this rabbi kind of pushed for the WIC program. But I can tell you personally, the WIC program has affected me and my family. In fact, my father grew up in the projects, and his mother was on WIC and had 6 children. And the only way they had food on the table was because of the WIC program. So I wanted to share that personal story with you, and thank you for bringing it up here today.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
Do any other council members have any comments for the rabbi or about education? Councilmember Wolf?
Yeah, thank you, Rabbi, for being here. And it's 2 council meetings in a row. Last time we did a resolution condemning anti-Semitism, and so I'm glad that we could follow up with something positive. So I think that this is a perfect, it really highlights the amazing work and life of the Rebbe. So thank you for bringing this forward.
Anybody else? Thank you. Thank you, Rabbi, again. We're now going to move on to intergovernmental special purpose committee and departmental reports. And we'll start tonight with the Los Angeles County Lost Hills Sheriff Station update. And Lieutenant Foss, would you come on up?
Hi, good evening. So I'll just do a quick, I see we have quite a few fire contingency here, so I'm not going to take up too much of their time. But I want to brief you up on some of our station community involvement, as well as I'll do a brief overview of our crime stats that the majority of the residents are more concerned about than others. So just piggybacking off the rabbi's presentation. On behalf of Captain C2, just wanted to advise the community that she held a clergy meeting Tuesday at the station with local clergy, where security and safety in and around places of worship was discussed. She truly said the meeting was productive and enjoyed it. On April 20th, our station's partnering with the city to present a safety symposium, I believe at the Recreation Center, where we will be discussing crime trends, our mitigation efforts, answering questions and presenting information on flock cameras, traffic enforcement, and emergency preparedness on behalf of the fire department. I field inquiries at my station on a weekly basis. I want to thank the community for reaching out to me for any questions, concerns they have. I've answered questions regarding flock crime trends, provided crime prevention tips. I believe that flock cameras have been instrumental in solving and providing leads regarding residential, commercial burglaries, robberies, organized retail theft, stolen vehicle recoveries, and vehicle burglaries. It's a hot topic right now, so we can just discuss that more, I believe, at the safety symposium. In January, we met with business owners, the shopping center near Canaan and Thousand Oaks, talked with some of the representatives about quality of life issues, primarily about some individuals there that were creating a less than desirable environment. We've had numerous directed patrol checks there, made several arrests for various violations. We believe we're having an impact. We'll continue to address any concerns the business or community has. In February, we conducted burglary suppression operations. We've adjusted our patrol deployments to account for some of the residential burglaries that have occurred within your city. We met with a local surveillance installation company to do an assessment of some of the open spaces surrounding the houses, just kind of as a liaison, so to speak. That company presented an assessment as well as a quote. I presented that information to the city manager. And next week, Captain C2, myself, and our Detective Sergeant Painter will be attending a technology conference to evaluate up-and-coming technology that we might be able to apply within this area. And finally, our juvenile intervention team, which consists of 3 deputies and a sergeant, they've been proactively intervening in drug and mental health-related incidents at several of the schools within Agoura. Very outstanding, engaging team there. Every time I leave at the end of the evening, they're still there working. So they're really committed to what they're doing. In regard to some of the crime statistics, these are statistics for February. We had 3 residential burglaries. One of the residential burglaries, we actually recovered some stolen property down in the city of Lawndale near Hawthorne. We believe that was tied to a South American theft ring. I can confidently say that we've had 0 residential burglaries in the month of March to this date. We had 8 commercial burglaries in February. We had a total of 28 arrests within the city of Agoura, with narcotics arrests being the primary arrest code. Your thefts from unlocked vehicles are high within Agoura. You had 16 incidents. My suggestion is for the residents to secure their vehicles and park in well-lit areas. Converter thefts are up. They're targeting Toyota Priuses, Hondas. Again, I recommend parking in driveways, well-lit areas, potentially investing in some type of alarm system for your vehicle or actual catalytic converter, investing in some type of protective shield or cable for that catalytic converter. And I also recommend, if you encounter individuals trying to break into your vehicle or steal your catalytic converter, do not confront them. Call 911, let us handle that problem. And I did a search on through the internet, AAA, I don't know how fresh this information is, they offer free etching to customers on their catalytic converters. Overall, Part 1 crimes are up 30%, but that's an additional 16 incidents from the last reporting period. So those 16 incidents account for the 30%. So we had 16 incidents of thefts from unlocked vehicles. So we could tie that into the increase in the Part 1 increase. And then finally, in terms of traffic enforcement, we issued 219 citations and had 2 DUI arrests within the city. And I'll be happy to try to answer any questions or concerns you may have.
Thank you, Lieutenant, for being here. I have a couple of questions.
Yes,
First
ma'am.
of all, according to my notes, the event on April 20th, the Public Safety Forum, that starts at 6 p.m., and is that up at our event center?
Yes, ma'am.
At our event center. Also, thank you, by the way, to you and Captain C2 for the interfaith meeting. That was really helpful the other day, and I look forward to watching that continue. And lastly, would you mind giving your contact information, at least your phone number that you would want the community to, you said that the community had been calling you and asking you questions. Could you just do that so that it's on our video of where they would contact you if they have questions?
Yes, ma'am. They can call the main number, the business line at the station, 818-878-1808, and they can request to speak with me, Lieutenant Foss.
Great, and that's Lieutenant Foss, F-O-S-S.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Does anyone have any questions? Councilmember Lopez?
Sorry, I just didn't hear what you said. AAA offers a free what for the catalytic converter?
Etching for your catalytic converter. I think they may etch in your
Got it.
VIN number of the vehicle
it.
or license plate.
Got it. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
That's good information. Anyone else? Councilmember Sylvester?
Yeah, I had another question about catalytic converters. Does the engraving help, and how?
I think it helps if deputies are able to stop a vehicle and there's identifying information on that potential stolen item, they can run that VIN or identifying information and determine a name attached to that item. I guess there's recent legislation that was passed regarding repair shops and whatnot that can sell these catalytic converters. There's got to be documentation behind that, so all that should be accounted for at the point of sale. Another interesting statistic is, and I was speaking to someone outside, I saw an article, 155,000 catalytic converter thefts nationwide. So it's a big industry. So unfortunately, you've had a rash of them. They can take anywhere from 30 seconds to 2 minutes to get off a car. It's a short period of time. They're in and out, so it's very difficult to detect.
Right. I know that Malibu a couple of months ago had free etching sessions through the sheriff's station down there. Are you thinking of doing anything in this
I might try to
area?
coordinate something like that. I think it's mainly local repair shops that offer those services.
Right.
We have to coordinate with. Maybe they do it on a discounted basis.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much again for being here. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
We'll now move on to the Los Angeles County Fire Department update on annual brush clearance inspection requirements. And we have here tonight Chief Smith and Chief Durbin. Welcome.
Well, thank you. I want to thank the City of Agoura Hills for your leadership and your support, the Los Angeles County Fire Department. So, Andrew Smith, I'm the Jurisdictional Assistant Fire Chief, so I represent you as your Fire Chief. And with me, I brought some of my team, which is Jurisdictional Battalion Chief Josh Binder and Community Service Liaison Megan Courier. And Ron Durbin is our Chief of Forestry, which will be leading us in the presentation for our brush clearance program. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Thanks for having us here to share the brush clearance program. I'm going to call it Defensible Space Program going forward. That is the terminology that the state is using, and we're going to be consistent with the state. So Defensible Space Program going forward. So our mission for the fire department is, of course, life, property, and environment. And the objective, of course, of this program is to ensure structure survival and firefighter safety. And if we do that, then we know that we're taking care of our residents as well. So that's the key for what we're doing here for this particular program. Next slide. So we're going to go through a number of frequently asked questions that have come up with our annual brush clearance notice recently. Some of you may have received one. right? And so we're going to clarify some of those questions that have come out of the residents. If you have anything that you want to ask me during the presentation, I'd be happy to answer it right then versus waiting to the end. Okay? So why did I receive the notice? So of course, your structure is inside a fire hazard severity zone. And PRC 4291, that's the Public Resources Code, requires that all structure owners inside that fire hazard severity zone maintain defensible space. And so our LA County Fire Code mimics that same resource code, right? Except we go to 200 feet versus the state's code of 100 feet. Okay, next slide. Right, so why is this the first time you've received the notice? Have any of you gotten this for the first time? Yes. Okay. So over the last couple of years, the department has been developing a GIS tracking system. This database allows us to use criteria to identify parcels. And so it's the parcels that are single-family residential this year, that are inside a fire hazard severity zone. And everything out here is very high fire hazard severity zone. I will talk a little bit about fire hazard severity zones in a bit. So we've been able to identify a significant number of parcels that we have not identified before because we have a GIS tracking system. It used to be done by fire behavior and just the fire station going out and doing those inspections, going, we need to do that one, and that one, and that one. Human error, we missed a bunch. We recognize that. And so having us take on this new database, the GIS database, and it's one of the things that was also mandated by the state. There's a common reporting system for all of the folks that are doing brush inspections. And so this new database allows us this greater accuracy, and some of you have been identified for the first time. And just for a little bit of background, we had about 60,000 parcels previously. Last year, we have about 115,000 parcels this year. And that's just single-family residential. And there's just a couple that are like duplexes. So it's primarily focused single-family residential. Okay, next slide. So what are the fire hazard severity zone and who determines them? So these zones are the areas that have potential fire hazard. And the state identifies them using particular criteria: vegetation topography, worst case weather scenario is a key one, fire history, predicted flame lengths, burn probabilities, ember cast. So weather and ember cast are really the two new criteria that they've been using. CAL FIRE is mandated by the state, PRC, Public Resources Code 4201 to 4204. They do this remapping. They're supposed to do it every 5 years. The last map has been since 2007, so it's been a while. They want to do it more often, but with resources on their side, they haven't been able to. But now they're doing it. And I want to share with you as well that you're only mapped here in the city in the very high currently. So the state is going through a remapping process right now. And they're just doing the state responsibility areas, which is the unincorporated county. So that public hearing happened for us, for LA County, in December. There's still a comment period through April 4th if you have comments on the state SRA piece. Now, the local responsibility areas, that's the cities. That's you guys. There's a new law, SB 63, that requires all fire hazard severity zones inside the state get mapped. And so you're now going to be mapped with very high, high, and moderate. You're going to see all three zones in the new maps when they come out later this year. That you should see the drafts later this year, and then you're going to have the opportunity, just like we did for the unincorporated county, the opportunity to comment on those maps as well. And so Chief Smith, and I'm sure I will be here with a few other folks, we're going to come present that to you as well. Okay, next slide. So where does the department get the authority to conduct inspections? Again, that goes back to 4291, and I'll read it for you specifically, just the first part of it, so everybody that's not here can hear it as well. So it says, a person who owns, leases, controls, operates, or maintains a building or structure in, upon, or adjoining a mountainous area, forest-covered lands, shrub-covered lands, grass-covered lands, or land that is covered with flammable material shall at all times do all the following. And then it goes through the specific steps. all the things that you're supposed to do after that. So 4291 is really the authority that says you have to do this. And so we are the inspecting authority after that. Next slide. So when will the property be inspected? And do you need to be home? So you know you don't need to be home. We will start our inspections. So overall for the county, we start in the desert April 1st. Then we come to the inland areas on May 1st, and then we do coastal areas starting June 1st. We typically try to do them within 6 weeks, but with the addition of all the inspections that we have, it's going to take us longer to do that. There's not the opportunity on the initial inspection to have an appointment because the guys that are going to come do this, the inspectors, are your local fire station personnel. So they're on duty, right? So they could get calls. It's difficult to make appointments at that time. After an inspection, if you're non-compliant, right, you have some corrections. There's a phone number on the top of the inspection report and the inspector's name. You'll be able to call that phone number if you have additional questions. Prior to the inspection, you can call our brush clearance office, and I'll give you that phone number too. That one is 626-969-2375. Again, 626-969-2375. And that's the number of folks that are sitting here behind me answering the phones for that. Okay, so anytime you have questions outside of your inspection, you can call the brush clearance office and they can help you through that. And so our inspectors, when they come though, they're going to come knock on your door. If you're not home, they're going to come do that inspection. If there's locked gates, they won't go through them. And they'll try to come back and do the reinspection another time when the gates aren't locked. Maybe at that point they'll make an appointment if they need to, if they can't get access to the property. Okay, next slide. So
are we supposed to ask questions?
Please, if you need, yes.
May I ask a question? Okay, I just want to know, what date do you think you'll be coming to Agoura?
That's a great question. We start our inspections here on May 1st.
May 1st.
Correct.
Thank you.
So after May 1st, you should see somebody, and I'll show you in another slide what you're going to see if you're not there. Okay, so can you call somebody? Of course. That's that same number, 626-969-2375. If you need any kind of clarity. After your inspection, call that phone number that's written for the fire inspector, and that'll be the local fire station that does that inspection. Okay, next slide. So will I get an inspection report? Yes. Everybody will get a report, compliant or non-compliant. It'll either say no violations up on the top, one box checked, or you'll have something that has a number of boxes checked on the left-hand side with items that need to be corrected. And then there'll be specific instructions on the bottom of the form that says, you know, limb up your trees, remove the dead fronds, that kind of thing. So it'll be specific instructions in addition to the checked boxes. Okay, next slide. So what happens if you need corrections? Everybody gets at least 30 days. So you'll get your initial inspection, 30 days later, or sometime after the 30 days later, the station will come back, they'll do their follow-up inspection. Hopefully at that point, you've called the station, you've clarified everything, and you've completed whatever they've asked you to do to come into compliance. If it does not meet the compliance at that point, then it gets sent to my office, my guys' office that are sitting here, and they will do the follow-up enforcement after that, and that's when penalties and fees apply. But we certainly don't want to get there. Our goal is to help people come into compliance up front, and if they have any questions, we're here to help them get through that process. Next slide. So related to, you've probably heard this from a few of your folks, do I need to remove trees? That's been a common question, and that answer is typically no. Unless it's dead or dying, typically no. We just want you to limb the trees up 6 feet or 1/3 the height, whichever is less, and remove any dead material, and then wait for the inspector to come out and do your inspection. So that has come up because that's related to the annual notice that you received. There's been a little bit of confusion on what those requirements are. Those are the requirements that I shared out of 4291 that everybody has to comply with. There's a number 2 on there that talks about removing trees, but number 4 also says on that same form, if they are individually spaced and maintained, then they're okay. And that's typically where we live, in that place. And so, but we will let you know after the inspection if there's anything additional to do with trees. Yes, sir. Ma'am.
Can I just ask you to explain for us what limb the tree up means?
Great. So limbing tree pruning, right? So you're going to prune your trees up, remove the lower branches, right? So 6 feet or 1/3 the height, whichever is less, basically so a firefighter can walk underneath it.
Thank you.
And I have a tree follow-up too, because there is confusion with the 0 to 5 zone. So if you have a tree in the 0 to 5 zone, can that remain?
Yeah, right now, and I'll talk about zone 0 in a bit, but specifically to your question, right now, all you would do is maintain the tree just like I said, right? Limit up, make sure the dead's taken out of it. When zone 0 comes into effect, and again, I'll talk about in a bit, then there will be guidelines that direct the requirements.
Because I had RCD, I think it is, came through and did an assessment on our property last year, and they suggested that I remove 2 trees, which I did, that were right up against the house. But I needn't have done that then.
Possibly not. Possibly not. Right now, zone 0, I'll just discuss it for just a second. Zone 0 is not in effect. We are waiting for the Board of Forestry to come up with the guidelines. So it's been law since 2020. It was supposed to take effect in 2021. The requirement is the Board of Forestry provides the guidelines first, and then it impacts new construction right away and then existing construction a year later.
Thank you.
So right now, just sit tight, wait for your inspection. For everybody, don't remove any trees yet unless they're dead or dying, right? And just wait for that inspection. Okay, so next slide related to the inspection fee. So the goal for the inspection fee is to make the program cost neutral. It's one of the things that the auditor, controller, CEO for the county, they want all of their programs that are different services, not across the board for everybody, but when it's selective, those programs are supposed to be cost neutral. And so this only applies to properties that are in the very high fire hazard severity zone. So if you're not in a fire hazard severity zone, the inspection fee doesn't apply. So LA County Agriculture, their initial inspection fee has been approved since 1989. And so we have been resistant to charging a fee. And there's some supervisors that didn't want us to do it either, but at this point, it's really difficult for us with the number of inspections that we have and the new laws that are coming forward, not to do some cost recovery and make sure that our program is cost neutral. And so the authorization, it's really not the authorization, but what defines the ability to do cost recovery is in the Health and Safety Code. That's section 14902, and it's very specific related to all the things up to the initial inspection itself, but not the enforcement afterwards. Okay, so the fee is being phased in over 3 years. Last year it was $50, this year it's $100, next year it's $151. And you see the fee a year after the inspection. So those people that got inspected last year, the first time they'll see the fee is actually November coming up. So it's a year delayed after the inspection.
So does that mean that most people in Agoura are now going to be assessed that fee starting next year?
Yeah, the folks that are on the inspection list that got a notice this year for the first time, that will be, you'll see your first fee November of next year.
And will it be the 50 or the 151?
So the inspections that we do this year, you'll see the $100 in November of next year.
Thank you.
Okay, so how does it get billed? It shows up on property taxes. Again, it's a year delayed. The nice thing actually about, even though it's a fee, maybe not a nice thing, but it is, it's tax deductible, and so we help folks understand that as well, since it goes on property taxes versus just a direct bill. So it's slightly different than that. Next slide. So have there been any state law changes recently? And that's absolutely yes. So AB 3074 is that zone 0 that you talked about, and I'll share in a minute. And AB 38 is the real estate inspections. So those are the two, and it's based on the science that relates to structure loss, and the ability for homeowners to prevent structure loss by hardening homes and reducing vegetation close to the structure. So next slide. So AB 3074, the Zone 0 ember resistant zone. And again, this one is primarily related just to that first 5 feet. It was signed by the governor September 29th of 2020. It was supposed to take effect on January 1st of 2021. It has been delayed because the Board of Forestry hasn't come up with the guidelines yet. I've seen the draft. The draft is very restrictive. There's almost no plants inside that first 5 feet. Trees are a little bit different. I expect that trees will be able to be remaining, assuming they're large caliber trees. They just will have to be lifted up over the top, again, limbing up, lifted up over the top of the roof 10 feet. That's what's in the draft. We'll see if that's the final that comes back to us. And then the cylinder between the tree itself inside the first 5 feet and the structure, all those lower small limbs would have to be removed. But the tree themselves should be able to remain.
Sorry, can you clarify? So you said no plants at all within?
Very few.
So basically everybody's little front garden under the, not me, I have a black thumb, but if you have flowers under your window.
Correct. Yeah.
Gonna go.
It's very, very restrictive, what the draft is so far.
Interesting.
Yeah, and they're actually going through that process right now. It's going through the Office of Administrative Law. They're doing an economic impact analysis on it to see how it impacts that particular scenario. So some people are going to have really expensive landscapes to change because they have a lot of material right next to the structure. And so they're doing that analysis to figure out, what it's going to cost to all of our stakeholders. When the Office of Administrative Law finalizes and approves it, that's when we expect to see it completely approved. So it's already in the law. They just need the guidelines. So that's all they're waiting for. And we expect to see that by the end of this year and then have it effective early next year. So.
And has there been public input on that? Have there been workshops or?
So that's a great question. Again, this is a state law, and it's the State Board of Forestry that is coming up with the guidelines. I would recommend if anybody has input, now is the time to do it, to contact the Board of Forestry. You can look up on the internet pretty easily. Edith Hannigan is the one that's managing Zone 0, and she's the one that's listed when you go to the Board of Forestry website. There's a phone number and an address.
But you don't know of any local workshops or anything?
No, the only thing that I'm aware of, I've been involved in the small work group coming up with the guidelines, and we have pushed back pretty heavily on some of the things that they're recommending. For example, it's not just plants. It's combustible material within that first 5 feet. So combustible fences, right? Not wood decks. Wood decks are excluded. So trash cans, so patio furniture, anything that's combustible would be included. Anything that's actually something that could be moved, that's really going to be an educational piece on our part. I don't see the fire department enforcing the constructed pieces of it. I see that more going towards a building and safety code enforcement because our vendors are just going to deal with the vegetation. There's so much risk and liability for us to try to enforce anything structural. Within that first 5 feet, say a fence, right? There's privacy associated with that we're not going to do those kinds of things. So I don't know how they're going to enforce that yet. They haven't said how they expect it to be enforced, so we're still waiting on that piece. So it's going to be complicated. I know that. Our department knows that. We also know that, and go ahead, Jeremy.
Sorry. Are there any amendments? Aren't they working on some amendments on some of these bills? I think 3074 and then one that was on the Senate. It's escaping my name. The bill number is escaping. But have you heard of any possible amendments that are happening this session?
Not at this time, no. What I know about 3074 is that the draft that I've seen has gone forward without changes. So it's just a question of, does it come back with changes? Right?
And sorry, if you,
Yes.
I'm just trying to process what you're saying here. Trash cans.
Yes.
So you're saying trash cans can't be within 5 feet, and you've got all of these houses packed in with very narrow side,
Right.
Side yards. So basically, our trash cans would have to go.
So that would be, the intent of that would be an educational piece on our part. All we
Where
would
would they
say is
go?
you would move them as far away as you can from your structure. If you only have 5 feet, you would move them to the edge of the wall, outside, right? Away from your primary structure and next to the wall versus next to the structure. And all we're going to do is educate.
I guess my question is, if there is no space, for example, I have very, very thin side yards, and I don't want my trash cans right in the middle of my very small backyard. I don't want to be, like, I guess the question is, you're going to penalize someone for having a small yard? That doesn't, not you, I'm just saying that just doesn't make sense. There's
Right.
not a lot of options for people.
Yeah, and we recognize that. And so all we would do is just educate. And that wouldn't come to us for enforcement because they're
We don't want to
mobile.
be on burden with that
Yeah.
enforcement either. As a city, we don't want to
Yeah.
be telling people that's,
Right, so anything that's mobile that can be moved, trash cans, patio furniture, all we would say is when we're in fire season, do the best you can to move them away from your structure.
okay, that's fair.
And we would leave it at that.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Can I just follow up too, because I had the RCD come out, they're now doing a landscape inspection after they did my home hardening. And that is what she told me last week. All my rose bushes, she said, have got to go. My beautiful magnolia that's outside our bedroom window, she says that's got to go. That leaves me with no vegetation.
Yeah, we recognize that aesthetically it's going to be really difficult. And my background is landscape architecture, right? I got a master's degree in landscape architecture. So I feel for everybody that's going to have to do something different around their landscape. It's a completely different aesthetic.
Yes,
And
it's going to affect property prices if everybody just has, stones outside their house.
correct. Well, that's part of the economic analysis that the state's doing and what it's going to impact, right? Because it's not just the cost, it's also the impact on values, on property values. So
So we need to start sending letters.
if you think that is the right thing to do, I think you should do that.
Thank you.
Yeah. Any other questions on this one? On
I have
Zone Zero?
questions, but
Yes.
I've just been writing them down
Okay.
instead of interrupting, so I'll just wait till the end. I want to make sure you can get through your whole
Great.
presentation.
Okay, and I think now we have the video, if we can just show that. And we just go ahead and click there we go. So this video has two sides to it. It's in a controlled environment. It's primarily focused on the first 5 feet again. On the left side is combustible material mulch, just a couple of plants. It does have combustible siding. The other side has non-combustible materials, non-combustible siding, metal rain gutters. This one has vinyl rain gutters. And this video is really short. It's got the same amount of embers going across both sides. And it's probably somewhere in that 30 to 40 mile per hour wind range. So I'll just let you watch this for a second. See, what's interesting as well is the two decks are identical. But this one doesn't have any combustible material underneath it or around it. And then the other one has combustibles underneath it with mulch. And it doesn't take very much for the embers to, within that first 5 feet, take that combustible material and go right to the structure. So that's what the state is primarily concerned about in that first 5 feet. It doesn't take very much. And if we are not there, the opportunity to get to the structure is pretty good. So very fast. It doesn't take very long, right? And our typical fire fronts, they last about 5 minutes, right? There's still embers and there's still heat and all that, but the fire front that's throwing embers at the structure is about 5 minutes. That was about 1.5 minutes. So it doesn't take very long to light a structure up. And that's why the Zone 0 is so important. All of the other studies related to it show the exact same thing. When they do after-action analysis from some of our fires, that's what it shows. That's where this is coming from. They recognize this is where we lose structures. So that's why it's somewhat draconian, but there's real logic behind doing it. So now we have to figure out, well, okay, what are we going to do, and how are we going to manage it, and how do we balance aesthetics and fire safety at the same time?
And what about the wood trim? Is that being affected yet or not?
So great question. Thank you for asking that one. All of the structural elements are only recommendations on our side. CAL FIRE has a low-cost retrofit that talks about all the different things that you can do for your structure, from windows, siding, roof materials, vents, eaves, all of those things are inside that low-cost retrofit. Everything is just a recommendation. And the key, though, for us is we want you to work from the structure out. So look at your structure first versus looking from your structure out. So that's what we do. When we do our home ignition zone inspections, that's where we start. We start away from the structure and look right at the structure and say, you need to do this, this, and this with your structure. All recommendations. And then we look at the landscape after that. So structure first. Okay, so next slide. Great. This is just one example, not the best example, but it's one example because we tried to find something as quick as we could to show something at least that starts the process of Zone 0. And again, we're going to have to, and all of us are going to have to work on what is the aesthetic going to be. So all of our landscape architects, all of our designers that are working on projects like this, they're going to have to figure out how can we do this to make sure that it looks nice and it meets the fire code. So this one is not quite there. They're within the first 5 feet. This is Onothera, pink flower plant. Of course, the gravel is okay. This is more of it's not leaning towards this Japanese garden. I'm not really fond of this one in particular, but there's lots of different ways to do a defensible space in that first. Again, it's only 5 feet, right? It's this much, right? It's this much. But just like you said,
some people don't even have 5 feet.
5 feet may be all you have before you get to your property line. And so it's going to be really, really different. It's going to take some creativity to come up with good solutions to manage that. So next slide. So again, right now, do you need to remove anything in your first 5 feet right now? The answer is no. But it's coming down the road, and that's why we're sharing it with you now. Right, so just wait. Get your inspection and wait.
Wait, that's what I'm going to do. A question, what about artificial turf? What is that considered?
Yeah, that would be combustible and not allowed in the first 5 feet. You have artificial turf? No. You looked at me like, oh, shoot, that's me.
The water district has encouraged people to take out their lawns and put in native, and so a lot of people in Agoura have gone for artificial turf.
Yeah.
So
I would recommend to go with the water district as well. Use the native plants. Use mulch underneath, outside of the 5 feet, and stay away from the artificial turf. That's my recommendation. There's heat island effects. There's waste and plastics in the environment. There's all different other ways to do that. Okay, so next slide, AB 38 is the next one. So what is that one? That's a real estate inspection requirement. That law took effect on July 1st of 2021. So if you sell your home inside a fire hazard severity zone, you're supposed to get an inspection by the fire department. Our inspections are good for 6 months related to this particular law. Outside that 6 months, then you would call our office. That's the same phone number, that 626-969-2375 number, and set up an appointment. You can also go online on LA County Fire's website, right, fire.lacounty.org, and you can find the AB 38 inspections and then request an inspection there. So, for example, if you had a a inspection from the fire department on May 1st. Your compliance certificate would be good through October 1st. And then after that, if you sold your house, then you would either go online and request an inspection or call a phone number and request an inspection. Okay, next slide. So do these inspections impact insurance? Well, the insurance industry, they have their own way of modeling risk and setting rates. Our inspections don't have anything to do with what the insurance industry does. They do use the fire hazard severity zones in addition to a number of other criteria. We don't influence at all how they set rates, but they are supposed to take into account defensible space and home hardening, proximity to fire hydrants and structures, whether you have a fire safe council, whether you have a community wildfire protection plan, or if you have community fire breaks. And fortunately out here, there's a Santa Monica Mountains community wildfire protection plan. So that's one thing that can help you. Okay? And then if you wanted to contact insurance, for the folks that aren't here, it's the California Department of Insurance, and you can call them or you can write them. I'll give you the phone number, but you can look them up. They're easy to find. The phone number is 800-927-4357. And so if you have any questions related to insurance, fire insurance, that would be the phone number to call. Okay, next slide. So quickly, we'll just go through what we're looking for on our inspections. Again, we're going to start from the house out. You'll look at your first 5 feet next. Then you'll go to zone 1, which is the 5 to 30 feet, limbing trees up, removing dead, cutting your grasses down to 3 inches, and then separating horizontal and vertical continuities. So there's a distance between some of the plants, and we're basically trying to break fire behavior, so it reduces and eventually kind of just smolders if it gets up to your house at that point, right? So we don't want big flame lengths and that kind of thing. That's what the entire process is all about. Zone 2 from 30 to 100 feet is basically the same thing. It's just a little bit farther out. It's more intense in that first zone 1. And then for those folks that have the luxury of more than 100 feet from their house, LA County Fire Code can go up to 200 feet depending on the need for it. And some of those, we'll talk about, and I'll show you a slide. Typically that relates to heavy fuels and slopes. Okay, so next slide. We'll just give you some examples of first what we certainly don't want, bougainvillea up on the structure, plants right next to the structure. Even without zone 0, we still want to minimize our vegetation next to the structure. And then inside zone 0, we'll still be looking at this. Any kind of plants or leaves, debris on the roofs needs to be removed, and certainly anything inside the rain gutters. So here's sort of a first example of somebody trying to comply with zone 0. So they had the junipers next to the structure, they limbed them all up, and they pushed the primary canopy away from the structure. Not very aesthetic, but these are smaller. These are smaller shrubs. So the larger trees, they would be able to have the canopy over the top as long as it's 10 feet over the roof. So large trees like some of our big oaks, big sycamores, those canopies just get lifted up over the top and the trees still remain. So with a good arborist, or even if you had questions, we have folks inside forestry that can guide once you get your inspection notice. If it says something about trees and you're like, I want to be very careful, and you want additional support, you can call the same phone number, the brush clearance number, soon to be defensible space unit. You can call that number and they will come out, and we have specialists that will come help you and look at your trees and say, just do this, this, and this, you'll be fine. Okay, so next slide. So quick examples of just limbing things up, right? Here's that 6 feet or 1/3 the height. These are obviously less than 18 feet tall. You don't get to see the top, but I know that. So you just remove the bottom, the lower part of the trees, so there's no fuel underneath. Right, so we just have a separation between the ground fuels and the aerial fuels. And here's another example of that. Okay, next slide. This is fairly typical of many homes. So this one has separated fuels. The grasses are reduced to 3 inches or completely removed in some cases. And then the California pepper here's a good example of how you would limb up a tree, no deadwood in it, right? And it's limbed up 6 feet or a third of the height, so it's certainly the 6 feet. And then this example over here, the palms all the dead fronds are taken out. The tree is laced out, and there's separation between the fuels. Everything is green and healthy at this point. It's probably because we've had so much rain. And then all the grasses are reduced to 3 inches. So pretty common for zone 2 from 30 to 100 feet. And then the next slide is the slopes, down slope, where we would ask for more distance. And this one is, this is LA County Agriculture. These are the vendors that we use if we have to do enforcement on a property. They come out and help us do that. And they will cut all the grasses down if they're doing the enforcement. Hopefully they don't have to do it. They'll cut all the grasses down and then create what we call shaded fuel breaks for some of the larger fuels. And this is actually preferred. They've actually done a little more than they needed to in this case. You can see some of the stumps down here. It's the same plant. They could have done the exact same thing and just lifted the canopy up and left the canopy over the top, and that helps us with erosion control. And so, it completely changes fire behavior if the grasses are weed whipped and taken out. So next slide. So these are the 2 examples that everybody's going to get. This is the door hanger. It's basically just a delivery device for us. And this is a copy of the inspection report. So up on the top, if you're compliant, over here there's a little box and it'll say no violations observed. There'll be a phone number right here on the top of the inspector. The inspector's name will be up on top. If there are corrections, they'll check the boxes, and then down on the bottom they'll provide specific instructions. Okay, so everybody should get that. Right, if we can just go back to that last slide.
Everybody who got the letter, or everybody?
Everybody getting an inspection
will
get an inspection report, and either it'll be handed to you so you don't need the door hanger, or if you're not home, they'll stick it inside the door hanger and wire it to the door. And it's okay, we don't actually have to go to that last slide, I'll just talk about it. So the primary thing that we're looking for summary is that our inspections are going to start April 1st in the desert, doesn't impact you, May 1st here, and then June 1st on the coast. Start from your house and work out. So anything that you can do for home hardening, start thinking about what you can do there. If you want advice, you can ask us as well. We'll help you through that on what can I do. Do you want a home ignition zone inspection? We'll come out and walk your house with you. And that's our forestry guys, not during the regular inspection. It's like supplemental, right? And then when you're doing your actual defensible space work, so limb all your trees up, take out your dead, cut your grasses down to 3 inches, and look for separations of fuel. If you do that, it's like 90% of what we're looking for. Okay, everybody gets at least 30 days. If you get something with corrections, and we will work with you as best we can to help you through the process. And with that, I will take any questions that you may have for me.
Questions? I'm happy to start. You want to sit down? No, I'm just kidding.
I'm here for you.
Let me just start. Thank you for coming tonight, all of you, and thank you for the presentation. This really is helpful. The fee is $100 for the new people this year. I know it's not going to be, it'll be on their property tax bill in November of 2024.
Correct.
Will they be assessed that $100 every year?
Correct. Yes.
So every year there'll be an inspection?
Once a year we'll do an inspection, that's correct.
Wow. And it goes up from there?
Right. So next year it's $151. I believe that the county, just like we did the first time, will go through an analysis of the fee. And it's changed. Some of our other fees have changed over the years. Like we have an abatement enforcement fee. It's $908 if we have to do enforcement. That goes along with the admin fine that we talked about without seeing the number. The administrative fine is $500. If we have to do additional enforcement, again, it's $500 plus the $908. And that's supplemental to this, right? We don't ever want anybody to get those.
Yeah.
So go ahead.
So once a homeowner is found compliant after they've made their changes, they still get inspected every year, and they're found non-compliant, but they still pay the fee. Or they're found compliant, but they still pay the inspection fee.
Correct. It's a confirmation inspection, and as you know, landscapes change every single year. Things grow. They plant new things. There's all kinds of stuff that happens over the year, so the inspections happen every single year.
That seems like a property tax without, I'm just saying, that just seems odd that you're inspected and you're found in compliance, and you still have to pay inspection fees then for forever.
Right. That's how the process works.
Okay. And then who will be paying the cost to remove trees if they need to be removed? Are there grants through your organization, or who's going to pay for that within that 30-day period? And what if a homeowner can't even do that or even get an arborist to come out and do that?
So it's a great question. The county does not provide funding for that. That would be considered a public gift of funds. If we came out, say fire department came out and helped somebody do that, we can't do that. But there are opportunities. We talked about briefly the CWPP that the Santa Monica Mountains has. Under that, and if there's a fire safe council associated with the city, the fire safe council can look at things that are over and above the normal brush clearance requirements, write grants for those, so it could be not just one person, but many people, and we would recommend that. So you can get grants to do that additional work.
Okay. And so that's who the homeowners would go to. But what if that takes more than 30 days to get a grant?
It will take more than 30 days.
Yes, that's what I would think.
It will. We are going to do our best to work with you, and my recommendation for our department has been, even though the state, when Zone Zero comes in, because I think that's what you're talking about, right?
I'm talking about anything that gets inspected, and, you find that a tree is even, dying.
Yeah.
And so a homeowner has to remove it.
Dead or dying. That's a requirement of the fire code. That's not going to be typically not included inside a grant, because that's a responsibility of the owner.
Okay. But again, there's no grants or no state funding or no.
Currently, no.
Okay. And then let's see here. And is there any way to get an extension on the 30 days?
Fire code doesn't really allow that. We will try to work with you, though. Our station personnel, they recognize that there are cases where we want to work with, particularly trees, that can be difficult. But normal things like deadwooding, taking dead out, cutting grasses down to 3 inches, those should be done every single year. So that's not something that would cause an additional expense. That should be a delay. That shouldn't be delayed.
Okay. Now, you talked about if gates are locked, you won't go into the backyard. What if there's pets back there?
That's really going to be if it's an unlocked gate, right, that will be the discretion and the safety of the inspector.
Okay.
So if they don't feel it's safe, they won't do it.
Okay. And so, if somebody has a dog that, takes off if the gate is open, it's probably best they lock their gates?
They can do that. I don't recommend putting a sign saying, dog in the bag. There's some liabilities associated with doing that, but...
You don't recommend putting a sign like that? That wouldn't help you to know that there's a dog back there?
You could put a sign, don't let the dog out is a great sign.
Okay.
Yes.
I don't know. Do they make those signs?
I don't know, but I think that's an opportunity, yes.
Who let the dog out? Wasn't that a song? Let's see. So we have a community called Old Agoura that's an equestrian community, and they've got a lot of trees, and they have a creek that runs through a large part of it. What happens in a situation like that?
As long as the trees are maintained, they're usually going to be good to go. Okay. Yeah, and once they're outside of 200 feet, then they're not included in the fire code. We're not inspecting any of that. Okay. So it's only within 200 feet of structures.
What if their barn is within less than 5 feet of the home?
Yeah, good question. A barn next to the house, they're going to look at the vegetation around it. Again, it's not It's not a habitable structure, so there's a little more flexibility, but it's an asset at risk. And so we don't want to lose that either. So our folks will use some discretion and provide guidance on what to do around those.
And so I'm sure you're aware that the state is mandating that the distance that for an accessory dwelling unit we can't mandate that it be more than 4 feet.
4 feet.
So what do we do about that?
That is a great question. It came up yesterday in the city of Bradbury. When Zone 0 comes into effect, non-combustibles within that 4 feet, I think that's going to end up having to be up front, where if there's a fence next to it, it would have to be non-combustible to be compliant with Zone 0. At this point, it's still okay because they don't have the guidelines yet, but I think we should start planning for that so people don't have to retrofit their homes.
The problem is we can't plan for that. We're being told
Just the fence, not the structure.
What
just
about
the
the two
fence.
structures being close together?
That's okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's okay. We would consider that as one structure. Like, even though they're not attached, we would consider them attached, essentially, as one structure.
Okay. We also have an oak tree ordinance in Agoura Hills, and so you have to have a permit to trim your oak trees. And so that process is going to take longer than 30 days. And to get it, for them to get an arborist and stuff. How do we work around that?
Yeah, just regarding the oak tree itself. So you would use the inspection report and come to the city and get a permit. So you want to be compliant with both. And we recognize those kinds of things. When it's just the tree, we're only talking about a tree at this point, and we recognize that the homeowner is working towards that process. We will allow the process to move forward.
Okay, so
Yeah, particularly oaks.
Okay, yeah. So if a homeowner is able to show you that they've applied for the permit from the city of Agoura Hills, and that can't be done within 30 days, you'll work with them on that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I would be very uncomfortable doing enforcement if it came across, and I get to see everything that does.
So would we.
Yeah, I would be very uncomfortable doing enforcement on something like that.
Right. And then let's see, my last question has to do with, so was there any concerns or input about wildlife or environmental issues like trees, shading a home? And was there anything
Related to Zone 0?
with not
Just in
even
general.
Zone 0, just having trees in your backyard that might be, used for bird nests and other wildlife?
Right. Yeah, I'm also a licensed forester from the state, right? Registered professional forester. And so, of course, I want to do everything I can, and we recommend that you do. Just maintain your trees. Obviously, the habitat value is really important, particularly out here, right? Because there's so much in the ecosystem here that's valuable, and we want to maintain all of that. And so we want to try to find that balance between defensible space and ecosystem values. So we're doing both of those things while we're doing our inspections. And then if anything ever came through where it's enforcement, we're still going to look at those two things with all of our folks when we're doing that final piece on getting the enforcement done.
So it is being considered?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's part of the mandate from our department, right? Life, property, and environment. So forestry is the environmental side of our department. And I'm fortunate enough to be the division chief to help manage that right now.
Great, thank you. I have no further questions right now, so go to this side. Councilmember Wolf?
I'll start off. Thank you so much for being here. I understand that a lot of this is coming down from the state, and then it's your responsibility to then implement this. I helped with SB 63, and you actually joined us on a town hall during the pandemic about defensible space in Senator Stern's office, and you were really helpful. A few of my questions were, one of them I believe was answered regarding oak trees. Will they need to be pruned, or how will that work if it is within the 5 feet zone and dealing with our city's permitting process?
Great question. You're going to need a permit for anything. Is your oak tree ordinance 2 inches? Right? Anything less than 2 inches, you can prune at any time. That's the same as
No,
LA
I think
County's
it's
ordinance.
based on the circumference of the tree.
right? As soon as it's ordinance size, it falls into the ordinance, then there's other requirements, right? So the things that you can prune based on your ordinance, and I would just defer to that, would be the size of the branches. You would be able to prune those. Anything above the size that your ordinance says, and if it's 2 inches, that's what I'm assuming, then you would need a permit to do it. So you would get the inspection report from us. You would get your, if you need an arborist based on your ordinance, you would have to do that. And then you would package those two things together and then go prune the trees to make sure they're fire safe and meet the ordinance.
Of Community Development, Ms. Thomas, up and ready to answer.
Perfect.
Hi, I'm Denise Thomas, Community Development Director. We regulate and protect all oak trees regardless of species, as long as it's in the, I think it's the Caryocus genus, 2 inches and above. So if you have to limb up to 10 feet, you're looking at big branches for us. We have a lot of mature oaks. And so just so the public knows that regardless of what this says, more than likely you need an oak tree permit. I'd like to call attention to the fact that our ordinance only allows my department to approve changes to one oak tree. If it's 2 or more, it has to go to our planning commission, and it takes about 3 weeks to get on the planning commission agenda. So I'm not really sure how we would be dealing with that. And there are fees associated with both the oak tree permit and putting a case on the planning commission. And so that's another thing we would have to take into consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, and this isn't, got you questions. I understand that you're the mechanism to enforce this. Then you answered this, but I didn't hear it. Would this inspection be for just homes in the very high fire severity zone or homes in the high fire and very high fire severity zones?
Yes, so great question. So currently for SRA, right, state responsibility areas, right, not the cities, it's high and very high. Currently for cities, it's just the very high.
So what we're talking about tonight would only apply to the CAL FIRE designated very high fire severity zones, not high fire severity zones.
That's correct.
Well, I'm not in the very high fire severity zone, and I got a letter. I'm in the high fire severity zone, not the very high fire severity zone.
So caveats.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
So the changes that are coming in the fire hazard severity zone mapping, you are currently only showing very high on your maps. Right? It only shows one zone. The new maps, when they come out, are going to show all three. So you'll get to see all three. And the direction the state is going is, I believe they're going to require down the road that for LRA, it's both high and very high, just like SRA. But currently, it's just very high. And so we should actually look at your case, and we have folks here that can look at your particular parcel and make a determination on it.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's really helpful because a lot of the Fountainwood and Morrison is in the high, except for some of the outlining. So that leads to my next question, which you kind of touched upon. Can you explain to us a little bit about what the new designations and what the timeline is? Is there going to be any changes with the mapping, and will that affect what you're working on right now?
So to start with, it will not affect what we're working on right now. Okay, we're using the 2007 map. That's the one that's approved. Okay, the new map, SRA only. Again, the public hearings, they close on April 4th for comment, and then the state will finalize the SRA piece. And then after they finalize the SRA piece, they're going to move to the LRA, the cities, and they'll work on that same process where we're going to go to all of our different cities in the county. I think we have 22 or 23, and we're going to have public hearings saying, here's your new mapping. And basically what the state is going to say is, here's your new mapping. But what we can do in many cases, because we find that there's like one house here that gets it and one doesn't.
Right.
And so we have the ability to look at lines of convenience to make that it makes sense. And so we can make those corrections in that mapping process. We'll make that recommendation back to the state so that we don't have inconsistencies in the mapping. That's primarily what we're looking for. We will also look at, and you actually make a really good point, We have areas, and I'm going to speak to Diamond Bar because it relates to your condition. We have areas that are LRA, mapped to very high fire hazard severity zone, but we've been doing inspections in areas that are outside of that for years because we recognize the hazard. And the fire department has the discretion to declare, meaning we go to the Board of Supervisors and say this parcel has a potential brush hazard on it and it should be inspected. And the fire department always has that discretion to go do that, and it's one of your cases potentially. So depending on where it is and what it looks like and the hazard around it, whether it should be inspected or not. Just regarding the mapping itself, when it's in the very high, there's really no discretion. It's in and it should be inspected.
Understood.
Chief, one question for our viewing audience. Can
Yes.
you tell us what an LRA and an SRA are?
Great question. I was trying not to use those terms, but it's a good one. So SRA is the state responsibility area. That is unincorporated LA County, and that's what LA County Fire is responsible for. The LRA, local responsibility area, is all of those areas that are incorporated or urbanized or used for agriculture where there's no fire threat. So those are all LRA. The state takes them out even though it's not incorporated in some of those urban areas or agricultural areas. And so they push it over to the LRA side. So that's the difference between the two. And then just related to inspections currently, we're only doing in the LRA, in the city areas, we're only doing the very high currently. There's some mix because we recognize there's some areas that have potential fire hazard that's not mapped. And we do expect, and it goes back to your question on the mapping, we have seen that the SRA has grown where it's taken and incorporated the high. About 14% of it has gone from being high to very high. So particularly the Angeles National Forest on the north part of the county, a lot of that has changed. 14% of it moved into the very high, right? And so because LRA is only currently mapped with very high, there should be, right, intuitively you know, there's a buffer between them, right? You have high next to it, and then you have the moderate next to that, but it's not mapped. It's going to be mapped in the next series that you see.
When's that going to be coming out?
Right.
Do we know?
So we expect to see the mapping come out later this year. It's going to be, the state has told us it's going to be county by county, so we don't know when we're going to get it. But they're not going to do the entire state at the same time like they did with the SRA. They're going to do all the different counties in some kind of sequence that makes sense to them, but we don't know when we're going to get it. It's going to be at the end of this year or early next year. And it took, just for your awareness, it took them probably 2 years to go through the SRA process. So it's going to take a lot longer, we believe, to go through the LRA process.
Thank you for that clarification. My last question is, will there be any will apartments or condos be treated differently, or are they viewed identical to single-family dwellings?
Right. So the fire code relates to residential structures. We are, because of our inspection process has grown so much in the last year, we are working towards multifamily housing. So condos and apartments will be coming in next year. We haven't figured out, and we want to try to do it so it's a fair fee because they're different than single-family residential structures. We haven't figured out how we're going to do it yet on that particular, whether it's going to be a straight across-the-board fee. I don't know. We have a new fire chief, and we're going to speak with him on how that process is going to work out. But we know we're going to add multifamily residential starting next year.
Okay, that makes sense. And again, thank you for being here. And I know that you guys have to enforce. On one hand, we are in one of the most biodiverse regions in the world with really sensitive habitat. On the other, we're in the very high fire severity zone, very prone to wildfires, and so we've lived it. So it's a balancing act. So thank you for taking the time to answer these questions. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Member Lopez?
Thank you. Thank you so much, and I want to add on to Councilmember Wolf's thanks, and I especially appreciate your background. I love to hear that you have the sensitivities in your background to be able to be delivering this message to us, and it's not just a cold data driven. There's real nuance in it, and so I appreciate that you understand and feel that. I guess my first question is really more for our staff, which is, so you're saying that we have until April 4th to make any comments to this mapping process, and then is that like an open public comment process? And so my question is, have we looked at that and have we made any comments, or do we don't have a council meeting before then, but is that something that you would recommend that our staff look at and make comments on behalf of the city?
Yeah, I think that'd be appropriate based on the information we have, and I just taking a straw count in my head, it looks like we've got support to do that, so we can go ahead and take that action.
Okay, thank you, because I would, I don't know how it's going to all play out. I mean, I would just obviously guess that more and more, as time goes on, more and more of California really is moving into a very high fire hazard severity zone. So, but, particularly, the density of our population is in high, and so I'd be very curious to know what our comments are. So maybe you, staff, can review it and then just share it with us, since we won't have a chance to meet before April 4th. My next question is really, I'm just really trying to wrap my head around this fee that's going to show up on property taxes, because if I don't get a letter, and so that fee doesn't appear on my property tax bill, but my neighbor does, and they make their modifications in perpetuity, I'm just not understanding why they would have to pay $150, or if it goes up even more, in perpetuity, and I wouldn't, when you're saying landscapes can change, but my landscape could change. So I guess I'm just really not seeing the equity of that fee and how that's even possible.
Okay, so thank you for the question. It's based on criteria. So you're in the zone or determined to be in a potential fire hazard area. That puts you in the program. The folks that don't receive it are not in one of those zones, don't have that potential, so they don't get the fee. It's not across the board. Please clarify.
I misunderstood that, because what it sounded like to me is that you're looking on a map, you're going through GIS, and you're pinpointing specific homes, but you're saying that's not the case. You're pinpointing regions.
It's an area
Okay.
that's designated by the state with a fire hazard severity zone. That's the criteria, and it's single-family residential. You put those two together, and if they're in the zone and they're single-family residential, they should have received a letter this year.
So basically, because Mayor Pro Tem Buckley Weber got one and Councilmember Sylvester got one, you're saying everyone in their neighborhoods would have gotten the letter.
Correct.
And that's why let's say, didn't get it, because I'm in a different neighborhood.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I didn't understand.
And not knowing where anybody lives,
Right.
I would have to look at that to confirm with each of you if that's what you wanted, and we could do that.
Well, I guess my question is, I'm not really, until tonight, like I don't know what portion of our city has gotten these letters. I don't know if we know that. I would like to know that, just to be able to answer these questions.
Right. I actually have the mapping on an iPad, and I can show you if you wanted to see it.
I mean, I think, and it doesn't have to be right now. You can send it to staff and they can send it to us. But, I would like to see what areas got the letter.
Yeah.
Okay.
Chief Romo and Kathleen, can you make sure that happens for them?
That'd be great. And you can either send it to our city clerk, Kimberly, or one of our.
Who should we send it to?
Or
Nate,
our city manager.
Yeah, we'll do that.
Okay, that would be great. And then that entire area will we'll have to pay that fee and any increase in perpetuity.
That's correct.
Okay. I just want to, okay. And then a lot of my other questions have been answered. I'll just follow up and say, do you have any kind of one-page summary with your frequently asked questions. Just because, for example, I do a monthly newsletter, goes out beginning of every month. I would love to put this information. So I told you I have a black thumb. I'm about, my landscaping is horrible. I am about to re-landscape. If I were to spend a whole bunch of money re-landscaping only to find out that in a year or two I have to remove a lot of it, I would be really upset. So personally, I'm very thankful to be learning this in my plans of planning out my my landscaping. I will absolutely, keep the zone zero in my planning. But think of how many people who didn't get the letter. I didn't get the letter. At least I hope, unless my husband threw it away. But I know. So I'm kind of. My other question is, how do I check to make sure if I got the letter? But my question is, this is information that needs to go out to everybody, whether or not they got that letter, and how do we easily and digestibly get that out to them?
Yeah, your point is well taken, and we recognize that we have a lot of education to do. We are waiting for, again, the Board of Forestry to come up with their actual guidelines, but we have this opportunity to share with you that it's coming forward. We are on our side. I think we're at about 16 meetings where we've done this throughout the county. We're going to continue to do that. We're going to push things out on our social media inside the department. And as soon as we know more, we're going to come back to you and say, here's what it is. We will share it with all of our community service liaisons, certainly Megan. We'll share everything that we have with you, and we'll continue to push the message that we can share and people can prepare.
But even now, do you have some kind of frequently asked questions?
Yes.
A one-pager that you could also send to?
It's 4 pages, but we have it.
I'll take it.
Do you have a copy of one? Yeah.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Anything, if you can send that again also to our city manager, just so that we can help you spread that word.
Yeah, we will make sure that there's a whole bunch of frequently asked questions right there.
Excellent.
Chief?
It's already been distributed to the cities, all the cities.
Great.
Okay. Yeah, and apologies, we may have gotten it, but we get a lot of stuff, so I just want to make sure that this is very important. So I want to see it again, and we'll definitely share this with our help spread the word.
Yeah, we really appreciate the opportunity to share with you, and then you have the ability to share it with your communities.
Okay. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Sylvester.
Yes, thank you. You've answered a lot already. I just have a couple of quick ones. When you say combustibles in our little narrow alleyways, so we have a storage shed, Home Depot one, plastic. That's combustible. So that will have to go. And our wood pile that's covered with a fire-resistant tarp, would that have to go?
So we'll talk about the structure first. When Zone Zero comes in, if it's within the first 5 feet, yeah, that would be considered non-compliant. Right, and we would recommend that you move it because it's something that you can move, right? That you would move it outside the 5 feet, somewhere on your property. The fire code is 30 feet unless it's in a non-combustible container of some sort, not just covered by plastic. So 30 feet is the code, but we recognize a lot of people don't have 30 feet, and we will do our best to work with you to find a good location.
My husband's going to have to move his wood pile.
Yes, potentially.
Okay. And have you considered putting all of this in the Acorn as well? I don't know if have you already?
In the Acorn?
Yes.
The newsletter that you have out here, certainly we can share that. Megan, I'm sure she would be happy to help us do that.
That would be really useful because a lot of our residents look at that every week.
Yeah,
so,
absolutely.
But thank you for all this information. It's been very informative.
You're welcome. Thank you.
I'm sorry you're having to deliver the news.
It looks like you're used to it. I have one last question, getting back to the environmental issues. Bird nesting season. The state mandates that you can't have any construction or any impacts during the nesting season. Right. So how do we get, that's kind of a conflict. If you come out here in May and people have to have 30 days, and I'm not quite sure when the nesting season is right now, and I think it's changing. But I know even last year they had to stop work, Caltrans had to stop work on the wildlife crossing because there was nesting birds in one of the poles, wooden electric poles. And so that's like another issue to be considered, because we wouldn't allow somebody to take out, trees during the nesting season.
Yeah, so nesting season is March through October.
Okay.
And typically what we do is you observe your trees before you do any kind of work. So for a residence, it's a little bit easier, right? It's not a public agency. So a public agency, we would have a biologist or somebody that's trained in observing. They would go out, do their observation a week before, make sure there's no nests in the trees. They would do it the day before and then the day of.
Okay.
So it's basically 3 observations, but the homeowner's a little bit different. They have a little bit more leeway, but they should still be doing the same thing. They know their properties, right? And they know where they have common areas that birds like to nest, and so they should pay attention to that as they're going through doing their regular maintenance on their trees. If they have nests in the trees, that would be something you would just share. Look, I can't do it. You share it with the fire department. I'm not going to do it until it's after nesting season or the birds have fledged, and then you would be able to do it. And so we recognize that, and we'll work with property owners on it.
Okay, because that would take us out of that 30-day period.
It would potentially,
Okay.
yes.
Thank you. I have no further. Anyone else have further questions? Mr. Mayor, do you have any questions?
Yes, I just wanted to thank the chief for all his comments, and I've taken extensive notes. The one thing that I think that was brought up that I definitely would like to see is the map concerning the very high fire zone compared to the high fire zone. So I look forward to getting that and reviewing that. And but thank you very much.
Great, and the observation about the maps. So you can get the maps, you can go to CAL FIRE. They have a fire hazard severity zone viewer. They also have, there you go, yes. They also have a comparison between, for the SRA currently, and it's only the SRA pieces. It doesn't show the LRA in this particular map, but you can run a slider over the top of it and you can see the changes. And you can zoom in and go particularly to a certain area if you're interested in some area. So you can see specifically what has changed just in the SRA piece. When the LRA comes out, you'll be able to do the same thing. They'll provide that same viewer. You'll be able to do the sliding and go through it. And then you'll have an opportunity to provide public comment. And I think that goes back to a previous question, right? So SRA public comment, right? Unincorporated county is April 4th. Right? Unincorporated county is April 4th. So for the LRA, when it comes to your city, they'll have a public comment period. The state did extend their 45-day period. They gave them more time, and they extended it to a total of 110 days. And so the public comment was going to be over already, but they gave more time. So that may happen as well for the LRA pieces.
That's good clarification for us. Thank you.
Can I ask one more clarification? Okay, so the April 4th is not relevant to us, so I withdraw that request. But again, the map that I was asking for isn't I mean, we have our high fire severity zone map. We know it very well. The map that I was asking for was who you gave the letters to, because,
Yes.
for example, Councilmember Sylvester's not in that.
Yes.
So that was what I was asking for.
Yeah, and we will get that to you.
Great,
We
thank
have
you.
that available.
And as a follow-up to summarize, I just want to make sure for the residents that are watching, if you're not in the very high fire severity area and you got a letter, you can call the 626-969-2375 number to see if that was either an error or if there's something exceptional about your piece of property. Because I can think of some properties that may not be in the very high fire severity, but back up to a slope that may be combustible. So, but that's where our residents can contact to make sure that, they appropriately got the letter.
Right,
Or not.
and just a caveat, we have seen previews of what the LRA change may be, and it's not public yet, so we're not sharing it, but there are many areas, again, because they're not mapped, that are going to convert over to very high.
Right, and I would expect that that's very possible for the city of Agoura Hills, for all our
Yes.
residents, but would those people be still subject to an inspection in 2023?
Yeah, not this year. If they want to contact the brush clearance unit, we'll look at that and we'll evaluate it. And even if it got into the database now, we would take it off of the inspection list.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Could I just ask one?
Yes,
last
one more question.
Sorry, one more question, and this is not about our residences, but our creeks in our city. Who is responsible? Because is it wildlife that's responsible for the creeks, that we can't go in because there's palm trees there that have never had the trims and the fronds removed and things like that?
Yeah, California Fish and Wildlife is responsible for all of Blue Line streams, any water bodies, right?
And do you inspect them in our city so that we know that they are compliant?
So we inspect within 200 feet of structures, not within boundaries. If it's within the 200 feet, yes. Right? If you have that blue line, the creek running through, and it's within that 200 feet, it's on your property, we will inspect it. That's another caveat that relates, very similar to oak trees, right?
But if it's not, if it's a bit more than that, if we have like a green belt and then the creek,
Yes, that's not the fire department's jurisdiction.
so we have to go to Fish and Wildlife.
Yes, and the fire code goes to 200 feet.
Yeah.
Outside of 200 feet, all of our fire behavior and analysis related to structure loss says that outside of 200 feet, it's really insignificant. So it's actually sort of a wildlife and habitat quality that you're trying to maintain because that's part of the ecosystem. So they should still remain dead or dying in the creek outside 200 feet.
It won't endanger our homes if it's more than 200 feet.
Correct. That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you again for coming. We really appreciate it. We know that, you're very busy and it's late, so thank you. We really do appreciate it, and we wish you the best of luck with educating our residents. And like I always say, when that first tree comes down, you'll hear from everybody.
Great. No, thank you for the opportunity. We really appreciate all of our folks appreciate the opportunity to share with you and spread the message and help educate our folks. So
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, thank you as well.
Bye-bye.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, moving on. Our next, we're still in intergovernmental special purpose committee and departmental reports. We're going to move on to the Las Virgenes Malibu Council of Governments update from Councilmember Sylvester.
Yes, I'm going to make this really quick. The main thing that happened at the meeting yesterday is that we approved funding for an update to the COGS 2019 Multi-Jurisdiction Hazard Mitigation Plan. And that is probably, they're sending out an RFP. It's probably going to cost around between 70 and 80,000, they're estimating. So each city will put money forward to cover that. So for Agoura, it'll probably be about $21,000. And then the other thing, which Senator Ben Allen joined us, and he is supporting SB 571, which could affect our development housing planning. And I don't know if Denise is still here. Hi. Because they are saying that any new residences built within a high or very high hazard severity zone, which we know now that we are, they would be required, if there are more than 40 vehicles having to evacuate from that new property, they have to do a whole new set of evacuation plans. Are you aware of this? Okay, so it's SB 571, and it's Senator Ben Allen that is supporting it. So that could affect some of our arena housing allocation sites. They would have to first get approval with these other government bodies or agencies before they can proceed with getting permission from us.
And that's if it's more than 40 cars have to get out of an area.
Yes.
Okay, so I see that affecting Old Agoura, maybe.
Well, no, on the new property.
Oh,
so
only
if
on
you
new
have
construction.
multi-residences,
Oh, okay, gotcha.
so if you have a big apartment complex, like maybe in the AVSP in that area, that's where we'd have to, follow these new state guidelines. So that's to protect the residents that are currently here, so people that are worried about evacuation and things like that.
Great.
So we should be following that one. So that was the important stuff. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember. Appreciate that. Okay, moving on. Do we have Adam Haverstock with us? Did we lose him from the Greater Conejo Valley Chamber of Commerce? I see transient occupancy tax. I don't see you, Adam, but I do see a slide.
Yes, and I believe I'm first doing my Chamber of Commerce monthly report, and then we were going to come back to the transient occupancy tax at
There you
another
are.
time.
Hi, Adam.
So-
So let's see, whoever has the slides, Adam wants to go in a different order.
I do not have slides for transient occupancy tax. I was just going to give my oral remarks for my normal report, and then my understanding is we were coming back to that shortly.
Okay, let's start. Thank you
Well,
for being
thank you, Mayor
patient.
Pro Tem. Very informative. I was not aware of that whole Zone Zero issue, so time well spent. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Buckley Weber and council members. My name is Adam Haverstock. I'm the Director of Government Affairs and Tourism for the Greater Conejo Valley Chamber of Commerce, with a few updates from your chamber. First, I wanted to thank the members of the City Council who were able to attend the economic forecast earlier this month. It was an excellent update from Dr. Matthew Feenup and a roundtable discussion about investment in the local community. Next, I wanted to mention that nominations are open for the Chamber's annual awards gala. The Chamber awards honorees in the following categories: Man and Woman of the Year, Business and Small Business of the Year, Volunteer of the Year, and Nonprofit Organization of the Year. The nomination form for these awards can be found under the Events tab at the Chamber of Commerce website, conejochamber.org. And nominations are being accepted until the end of March, so you have another week or so to make those nominations. The gala itself will be on Friday, May 19th. Speaking of nominations, we are also accepting nominations for this year's 40 Under 40 Awards. This is the award given out to individuals under 40 years of age who live or work in Conejo Valley and are doing amazing things in our community. The nominations form is it's also under the Events tab on the Chamber website, conejochamber.org. There is no limit to the number of nominations a person can make. You can self-nominate, and the winners do not need to be Chamber members. In fact, most are not. Next, I wanted to mention the Chamber of Commerce's next mixer. Next month is going to be at Proactive Sports in Westlake Village. This mixer is unique because in addition to the normal networking opportunities, we have invited up to 20 nonprofit organizations to showcase themselves, meet our business community, and hopefully engage in board matching. This nonprofit board matching mixer will be on Wednesday, April 19th at 5:30 p.m. at Proactive Sports in Westlake Village. More details are on the Chamber's events page, and there is no council meeting that night, so you all can be there if you choose to. And then finally, I wanted to give you some updates on the tourism district, Visit Conejo Valley. For the month of February, last month, we had a revenue per available room of $96.78, which is good news. We had budgeted for $95 per room for last month, so it was a beat by a small margin. If you recall my report from last month, I mentioned we had a slight revenue miss for January. So for the first 2 months, if you average them together, we're pretty much right on target for projected revenue. We are projecting a flat revenue year compared to 2022. I'll talk about that in more detail in the later report. We just concluded our major TV campaign in mid-March. We ran it all of January, all of February, and half of March. In all, we aired 750 commercials in the Inland Empire, mostly focusing around live programming. Since my last report, we sent hotel partners to the Los Angeles Bridal Expo to promote our wedding venues, to the Go West Summit to meet international travel buyers, and to the Visit California conference in Sacramento. And coming up, we are sending hotel partners to the Meeting Planners International Conference and the IPW conference hosted by Brand USA. So we are out and about looking for business for our community. And then finally, we are the official hotel partner of the Great Race of Agoura Hills coming up on April 1st. We are expecting 4,000 runners and are working to convert those participants from day trippers to overnight stays. And I think it's working. The Homewood Suites Agoura is already sold out for race weekend, and other local hotels are showing strong occupancy numbers as well. So good news there. And that does conclude my comments for my report this evening. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Does anybody have any questions of Mr. Haverstock? Okay, then. Well, thank you very much, and we'll see you next month.
And maybe staff could clarify, am I coming back shortly to do the other TOT presentation?
Yes, we'll be glad to have you back, Adam.
Thank you. So now we're going on to our informational items. Our next item is to receive an update on city revenue projections. And I will now defer to Director of Finance, Christy Turleson, for the staff presentation.
Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, each year for the last few years, we have done a revenue forecast at this time where we bring in our 3 consultants to present on our largest revenue sources. Speaking very shortly will be Adam Haverstock again on our transient occupancy tax projections, followed by Dave Shy, who will speak on our property taxes, and Brett Plumley, who will speak on sales tax. So that being said, Adam, welcome back.
Thank you. Long time no see, everybody. If we could pull up those slides, I would appreciate that. Okay, thank you very much. Once again, my name is Adam Haverstock. I am the Director of Operations of Visit Conejo Valley, also known as the Conejo Valley Tourism Improvement District. I'm going to go ahead and talk a little bit about how we, some of the terminology relating to our tourism district, how we measure our success, our KPIs, and then I'm going to talk about what we're thinking the next year is going to look like for TOT, specifically in the city of Agoura Hills. So next slide, please. This slide is just an overview of the district. I know we have some new council members. I thought it would be a good use of time to just very briefly talk about that. Back in 2013, we formed the Conejo Valley Tourism Improvement District, which is a TBID. It is a tourism business improvement district authorized through state law, but specifically in our community authorized by the cities of Agoura Hills and Thousand Oaks, and we have 15 hotels in those 2 cities that participate. Its purpose is to generate additional overnight stays in local hotels by marketing the Conejo Valley as a travel destination. When people stay in local hotels, they pay a transient occupancy tax. That money is collected by the local city and is used to do all the great things you do with local revenue, fix our streets and roads, and pay for police and fire and things like that. Next slide, please. So before I talk about what we're looking at for this year, I wanted to briefly talk about a couple of the different ways that we measure hotel performance or measure our district's performance. The first is occupancy, and I think this is probably the most intuitive one. It is the percentage of hotel rooms that are occupied during a given period of time. It can be on a particular day, a particular week, a month, a year. So, if you have a hotel with 100 rooms and 100 of them are occupied tonight, you're sold out, then you have 100% occupancy. If you sold none of those rooms, you have 0% occupancy. 75 rooms, you're 3/4 full, etc. So that's occupancy. Average daily rate, or in the industry we call it ADR, is the average price paid for a hotel room on a given day or whatever time period you're talking about. Not everyone pays the same rate for a hotel room. If you book in advance, you get it at a discount. If you book as part of a group block of rooms, you get a discount. If you are part of an affiliation group like AAA members or veterans, or normally there's a government travel rate that's discounted at hotels, you can get a discount. If you're just paying, online, the night you want to stay, you're going to pay a much higher rate than if you take advantage of those ways to get a discount. Anyway, ADR basically says for a given hotel, for instance, this is the average rate someone paid for a room on that night. And so you could see that you could have hotels with low occupancy, but they charge a lot for their rooms, and that would probably generate the same amount of revenue as a hotel with high occupancy, but very cheap rooms. So how do you compare apples to apples the revenue that hotels bring in? Well, the answer is revenue per available room, or as we call it, RevPAR. So this is basically your average daily rate, the average price paid for each room on a given night, but you also include a $0 amount for every room that wasn't occupied. So it's kind of a blend of your average daily rate and your occupancy into a single revenue number that you can compare hotels apples to apples to one another. And we actually use RevPAR to take all 15 hotels within our tourism district and to quantify across the entire district how much revenue we think those hotels are bringing in. And that's everything from our full service hotels to our select service hotels to our economy hotels. We're able to compare them all together as one group using RevPAR. So next slide, please. I'm sorry, can I see the next slide?
Give us a minute.
So this slide shows the basic formula for figuring out how much TOT we are projecting for the city. So the first thing we have is RevPAR data. So that metric I talked about, we can source that data from partners that we work with. We know the number of hotel rooms within the city. We know the number of days, like let's say we want to know how much revenue we expect this year, that's going to be 365 days, and we know the city's rate of TOT. So if you multiply all of those items together, you can come up with a projected TOT number. And this will make sense on the next slide where I have the numbers plugged in for you. So the city of Agoura Hills has 723 hotel rooms and a TOT rate of 12%. So with that information, and like I said, we receive RevPAR reporting from our partners. We can estimate TOT, and I've done that on the right side of the slide here for you. So for this year, the tourism district is budgeting a $110 revenue per available room for every hotel room within our entire tourism district, but certainly within Agoura Hills. You can multiply that $110 times the 723 rooms to come up with how much the entire hotel room base within the city is going to generate on a given day. And then you multiply that number by, for an annualized number, 365 days in the year. And then the TOT would be 12% of that revenue number, so you multiply that by 12%. So that led me to the number of $3,483,414 as our projected TOT revenue for the city of Agoura Hills. What I will say is that is just an estimate, of course. There are certain things that can affect this. One thing I'll mention is, if you look at the hotel stock in the city of Agoura Hills compared to our tourism district as a whole, I would say that the hotels in the city are probably charging a higher rate because they are higher service hotels. In Thousand Oaks, you have the more economy hotels, your Motel 6, your America's Best Value Inn. But you have I would argue the average daily rate of the hotels within Agoura Hills are probably higher. Another factor that would need to be considered is if someone stays in a hotel for a long period of time, 30 days or more, they don't pay TOT. So even though that revenue would be part of my revenue number, it wouldn't result in TOT being paid out. But all that being said, I think this is probably a good estimate starting point for how we're looking for the year. And as I said earlier, we already have 2 months worth of data. In fact, I track weekly, and I have through the first half of March already. And we are right on track to hit this 110 RevPAR number for the year if things continue as they're going. So the last slide is just my kind of questions and thank you slide. If anyone has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. And this is how I can be reached if you have any additional follow-up questions.
Any council members have questions?
Yeah, just a quick, easy question. Thank you for that presentation. So if you stay for 29 days, you pay a TOT fee, but if you 30 days, you don't pay?
Correct. There's a distinction between short-term renters and long-term renters. Long-term renters have tenant rights and things like that as well. Short-term renters don't have the same protections, and they have to pay different fees.
That's really interesting. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Hi, Adam. Just one question. Does this include in the room total? Are you including all the Airbnbs, or is this just hotels?
No, that is just hotels.
Thank
so
you.
actually, I'll be interested to see the revenue that comes in from the Airbnbs with the new policy.
Thank you. If we have no further questions, thank you, Mr. Haverstock. And do we go back to Ms. Truelson?
Yes. So our next speaker should be Dave Scheid with HDL Corn and Cone property tax presentation.
Anybody there?
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, great. Welcome.
I thought that I was going to get unmuted automatically, but anyway, members of City Council, I appreciate the opportunity to go over your property tax estimate. We've done this a couple of times in the past. Our company helps your finance staff in developing their budget for property tax revenue in the coming year. And the slides that we've got here go through in brief the methodology that we've used and the numbers we've come up with for fiscal year 23-24. And because we're in a little bit of an uncertain territory with the growth in property taxes, I wanted to also touch on the growth that we've projected for the 4 years beyond next year, because I think it's something that you should be made aware of. The slide that you're seeing now touches on the main issues that we look at in doing our estimates. We always start from the actual known values in the current year. That would be fiscal year 22-23. And we estimate the growth for the coming year using the known information, that is the sales that have occurred in the prior calendar year, which would be 2022, and the inflation adjustment that the State Board of Equalization announces each year in December, which in this year is the full 2%. The value changes from the prior year are then applied, factored by the 1% tax rate, and then we look at the city's share of the 1% tax rate to come up with a value. Now, we also take a look at an estimate of the value that may be recovered under Prop 8, which is a statute that allows the value of property to be reduced if its market value drops below its currently assessed value. That happened a lot about 10 years ago during the recession. Most of those values have been recovered, but there's still some amount of value to be recovered under Prop 8. And what we're looking at in the future, going forward several years, is the potential for additional value to be dropped off the rolls under Prop 8 if market values decline, which we're expecting them to do at least to a minor degree over the next couple of years. We also take into account unitary revenue, which is the city's share of taxes collected on utilities and railroads statewide, and then we take out of that county administrative charges. We have the next slide. This is the estimate that we provide to your staff each year. We look at two factors here. One is the general fund. This is the revenue that is generated and paid out on a monthly basis by the County Auditor Controller's Office to the general fund. And then we also take a look at the VLFAA, which stands for Vehicle License Fee Annual Adjustment, which is a revenue stream that was established about 20 years ago now and is increased each year based upon the percentage value growth within the city. As you follow down the column under the title General Fund, you can see, and I'll have to describe this to you, and you'll have to sort of follow along. As we go down through the values, we take the current year values, we parse from that the real property values, which are the values that are subject to the 2% inflation adjustment. We calculate what that 2% inflation adjustment would be. we add value for the transfers of ownership that in this case happened in 2022. That's the 158,730,000 that you're seeing there. 2022 was a pretty good year for transfers of ownership, and as I'll touch on in a minute, it wasn't quite as good as the sales that occurred in 2021, but was very close. We estimate in the sort of a tan box there the amount of value that we would expect to be recovered under Prop 8, and then that gets us to our real property values for 23-24. And the factors we take in down below that are more fixed. It's the base year value that's in the former project area, the personal property values on the secured and unsecured rolls, which are not subject to the 2% inflation adjustment. We hold those flat in the interest of being somewhat conservative. And that gets us to a point where we've got an estimated $5.5 billion of value that'll be used to generate the general fund revenue for the coming year. That represents a little over 5% growth over the values for 22-23. And we think that that's a reasonable estimate of the value growth that we can expect for next year. That value, $5.5 billion, is factored by the 1% tax rate that's mandated by Prop 13. And the city receives a little over 6% of that 1% tax rate on average over the entire city, which generates about $3.4 million in general fund revenues. Now those are general fund revenues that would be generated by the current year values, that it would be the 23-24 values. But in addition to that, you'll also be receiving other revenues that your staff will have factored into the budget for next year. Some of that is revenue from supplemental assessments and prior year collections, which are also allocated each year, as well as about $100,000 to $150,000 per year that you get in residual revenue from your former project area through the RPTGF process. And then you'll see down below that a little bit further, the unitary revenue that generates about $44,000 each year to the city. Overall, we're looking at around $3.4 million, and that's typically a pretty good estimate, although it has a tendency to be a little on the conservative side. Over to the right, the VLFAA is affected by the estimated value growth for the entire city. It doesn't take into account whether an area is within the redevelopment area or not. And overall growth within the city, we would estimate to be about 5.1% for next year. Applying that 5.1% growth to the VLFAA revenues for the current year, which you see down sort of the bottom right, was $2.7 million. We add about $138,000 to that to come up with our estimate for next year at about $2.85 million. If there are any questions, feel free to interrupt me. I'm happy to elaborate, if you've got other questions. Hearing none, moving ahead, one of the things that gives us some pause in our estimates of revenue going forward beyond 23-24 is a drop-off in sales activity toward the end of last year. What you're seeing here is a tracking of sales activity for single-family residential sales, and that's the primary. You also have sales of commercial and other types of property, but the primary driver of your sales value growth is in single-family residential. The blue line are the sales in 2021, which were a pretty banner year. It was, as I said, not quite as great as the sales in 2020, but almost. And you can see by this line, the number of sales is tracked over on the scale on the left side. And even in 2021, there was a little bit of a drop off in the number of sales toward the last quarter of the year. That's very normal. The green line is showing the number of sales that occurred in 2022. And as you can see, all through the year, the actual numbers of sales were noticeably lower than the sales of the prior year. And it really became noticeable in the last quarter of 2022. You see the numbers didn't plateau a little bit and drop off in December as they had in 2021. They actually went down substantially in November, came up a slight amount in December, but you know, the drop off in the number of sales, while it's not devastating, it does indicate that the growth may be somewhat diminished when we're looking at sales for 2022, which will roll into your 24-25 tax rolls. Can we see the next slide, please? We've taken that into account in doing this projection. This is a 5-year budget projection that we do for your staff. And as you can see, for 23-24, we're estimating growth at a little over 5%, which again is substantially driven by that, what you see on the green bar at the top with the growth that occurred from sales in 2022. But we're expecting that the number of sales are going to be substantially less in 2023. And not only are the sales going to be less, we're expecting the value to be less as well. And that's what's driving what we're showing there in that red negative number of a slight number of Prop 8 value declines. Again, you know, $268,000 isn't much, and it gets reversed pretty quickly as the market starts to recover, which we do expect it to. But we're looking at growth for 24-25 at being probably a little less than 3%, and then expecting growth to start to recover for the 25-26 fiscal year. And again, we try to be conservative, and we're looking at growth at a little over 3%, going up to about 3.6% by 27-28. So again, the 5-year estimates are a good benchmark to look at, but again, those get revised each year as we get good data and roll it into the next year's estimate. See the next slide, please. There we go. Talking a little bit about the inflation adjustment, you might remember that in 21-22, the inflation adjustment was only 1%. In 22-23, at the full 2% inflation adjustment, it added $352 million to the roll, and that was a full 30% of the total value growth for 22-23. So inflation is a big part of the value growth, and that's going to help mitigate a drop-off in sales in that the 2% inflation growth is going to carry forward into the foreseeable future. Next point is transfers of ownership in 2021 added $167 million in value to the 22-23 roll, the current year roll. And that was $79 million more than was added in the 21-22 roll from sales in 2020. So it was the sales in 2022 are going to add about $158 million to next year's roll. So it's a little bit less than the $167 million that was added to this year's rolls from the sales in 2021. And we would expect that to drop off pretty dramatically for next year and then the years following. VLFAA will go up. The amount of growth that we're going to see on the VLFAA is going to be lower as the growth in value is lower over the next several years. But we do expect that it will continue to increase. And, you know, a 3 to 3.5% increase is a reasonably good level of growth, you know, if we overlook the stellar growth that we've seen over the last 5 years. Also, down below, the Prop 8 recovery has been a pretty steady level of growth, although it's been going down as there are fewer properties that are at a lower level of decline. And the indications here are that the single-family home sales and value increases are going to flatten and maybe even decline slightly over the next year or two. but that we would see that recover pretty quickly, and any declines under Prop 8 on recently sold properties will likely be recovered within a year or two. So we're not looking at any significant value loss under Prop 8 as we saw 12 years ago during the Great Recession. And so with that, I've hit the points that I was intending to touch on. If you've got any questions or like me to elaborate more on any of those points, I'd be happy to do that.
Council members, any questions?
No questions. I'd just like to request a copy of that because I couldn't read it.
And I was going to ask staff that the next time we have these, if you could provide us the slides in advance. I couldn't read it either. Any other questions?
So that's good. I could have said anything.
You could have said anything.
That's right.
Councilmember Lopez?
Just one question. I don't remember when exactly interest rates started creeping up, but is that part of the reason why there's such a difference in the 2021 and to 2022 numbers?
Yeah, I mean, that's part of it. Actually, the sales in 2021 were good. I mean, it was the last year that we had kind of normalized, what we would consider normalized sales growth was about 2019. 2020, there was a lot of sales, both value growth and the number of sales. 2021, same thing. 2022 was even better. But, we are seeing that decline in the last quarter of 2022. And you're right. Part of that has to do with the increase in interest rates. We're seeing sales still climbing in some areas, but the thing that we see the most is that in areas with higher median sale prices, such as Agoura Hills, the drop-off in the number of sales is a little more noticeable. What's happening is there are still sales going on out there, but with higher interest rates, people that might have been able to buy a $1.1 million house a year or so ago are starting to look more at houses that are in the $800,000 to $900,000 range, because they're looking at, what's that monthly payment going to be? So, it's not that the houses aren't selling, it's just the housing markets that are in the higher echelon of median sale prices are starting to see a little more decline in the numbers of sales and a little less competition for those sales that are out there than we're seeing in the more moderate price ranges.
Okay, thank you so much.
Any other questions, Councilmember Wolf?
Actually, I just thought of one.
Yes, go ahead.
With the new fire mapping zones, do you think that's going to affect home values in our city?
I wouldn't think so. The only reason that the values would go down is if there was some demonstrable reason to think that the properties were in greater danger than was thought. The fire zones that the chief was talking about are more preventative measures. And while there are loan criterias with a lot of lenders about being within a fire zone, we wouldn't expect that would make too much difference, if anything noticeable at all. It would be a little different if FEMA came down with flood zones that were dramatically different than what we've seen before. But even then, as long as flood insurance was available, that might not have a great effect on property values either.
Any further questions? I have a quick question. Again, I'm wondering if this has had any impact at all. Assessor Prang came to see us a couple of weeks ago, and he told us that their office was a little bit backed up, and I wasn't sure if that was because of COVID, Prop 19 planning, and other reasons, and I'm just wondering if you think that may have some sort of an impact that the properties haven't been reassessed yet.
It shouldn't. most properties, well, all properties that don't either sell or have new construction on them are just applied with the 2% growth, and that's the vast majority of properties within any given city. So, you know, those value increases are going to be going forward without problem. Those are virtually automated. The backup that they've got is partly due to the fact that there were new state laws enacted fairly recently where they now have to track properties that are transferred from parent to child, parents to grandchild, grandparents to grandchildren, transfers of properties, transfer of assessed values for properties where a person sells their property, moves to another property, and is able to transfer their pre-Prop 13 or lower assessed value to the new property. There's a lot of record keeping that assessors have to track under that legislation, and all assessors statewide are struggling to get that put together so that they can do that tracking. I think that that's probably most of it. It's not new construction so much because the number of new homes that are currently underway are relatively low. But you know, every assessor's office is backed up right now. It's not just LA County.
Thank you. Any further questions?
One good thing that I will tell you, though, is that even if a property takes longer than expected to be assessed and put on the tax roll, the taxes will always be assessed ultimately. From the time that a property is sold and from the time that a property is constructed, the taxes will be assessed. There's no question about that. It may come a little later than you would expect, but it's always going to be assessed and the taxes collected.
Great. Thank you so much for that. Any further questions? And if there's nothing, I think we go back to Ms. Trulson again. Thank you so much for being here tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. And next up, we have Brett Plumley, who is with HDL also, and he will be speaking regarding sales tax.
Thank you, Christy. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Good evening, City Council. My name is Brett Plumley, and I am a sales and use tax principal consultant working for HDL companies. I'm part of a team of 3 that work on your account. We meet quarterly with the city's team. Our team is consisting of myself and Jim Troop, who is one of our newest principal consultants. He's actually observing tonight's meeting. Joan Michaels Aguilar is also on the team, and the 3 of us and all of the principal consultants that work for HDL on the sales tax team are longtime professionals, many years of experience working in cities as finance directors, administrative services directors, and city managers. I'm happy to be with you again this year. This is the 3rd year that I've done it now, and I know there's a couple of new council members. So what I have just one slide, and it's up on the screen, and it's intended to demonstrate the way we analyze the sales and use tax data. We do this on behalf of all of our clients, and we prepare a sales and use tax forecast twice a year for all clients. We analyze on a quarterly basis the data that comes in from the CDTFA, the California Department of Tax and Fee Administration. And the 8 industry groups that are up on the screen are the way we do the analysis of the sales and use tax data. They are sorted in descending chronological order, and this includes, starting with the top, the biggest group that you have in Agoura Hills is coming from generation of use tax dollars from the state and county pools. The next group is general consumer goods, and that consists of brick and mortar type stores, including home furnishings, which is actually the city's largest business type. Then you have restaurants and hotels. That includes casual dining and quick service type restaurants, which are the 2 largest business types within that sector in Agoura Hills. The next is business and industry, which includes business types such as business services and light and heavy businesses. Then you have autos and transportation, and you have a significant portion being generated by automotive supply stores in Agoura Hills. Then food and drugs, which is now we're talking about a smaller sector. That's typically the smallest sector throughout the state of California, and it consists of grocery stores and drugstores, and in some cases, cities that have cannabis-related businesses. They're categorized by the CDTFA in the food and drug sector. And the smallest sector in your city is building and construction, and one of the business types, an example, is contractors that are classified within building and construction. So this is how it's categorized by the CDTFA, and it was previously known as the Board of Equalization. The process that we have, each quarter we get together as a team, we prepare a statewide forecast. We look at all of these industry groups and the pools in the immediate future. The most recent quarter that we're analyzing now, the data that we've received from the CDTFA is fourth quarter 22, and that's what I have up on the screen. Very fresh data. We haven't yet met with the clients that we have throughout the state. We're preparing all of our reports, we're preparing forecasts now, and then we'll get together. Jim is actually going to meet with the city's team this quarter. He has updated the forecast on a quick notice. I asked him to update the fourth quarter 22 forecast just so we can compare it to the last one that I did. And so we have that data available now at this point. But it is a snapshot in time, and it's based on the most recent quarterly data, which in this case is the holiday quarter, fourth quarter 22. The timing is intended when we do these forecasts for cities. We're doing it, we did one last quarter with third quarter data, and that's as your staff, your city manager, finance director, and staff, they're putting together the mid-year review. They're looking at fiscal year 22-23 in this case. I know that Christy said that she and Nathan gave a mid-year review a few weeks ago on 22-23 fiscal year based on the most recent forecast that we've given the staff. And we do it again in fourth quarter, the quarter I'm talking about now, the quarter that we'll be meeting with the staff in a couple of weeks. And that's as the staff is preparing for the next fiscal year, which would, in this case, would be the preliminary fiscal year 23-24. So that's twice a year where we do and update the sales and use tax forecast. If material items change and staff lets us know if there's a major closure of a business, if there's a reopening or a new business that's coming online, we get that intel from your staff, and that helps us significantly to incorporate it into the forecast and update it. So we can update these forecasts at any one time, but typically we're doing it once a year. So I want to give some background and some perspective as we go back and we talk about the really unique time period that we've experienced, all of us have experienced over the past few years. And since the end of the pandemic, which took place and started back in that first quarter of 20, really almost exactly 3 years ago at this point. It's pretty amazing. It's been 3 years since the pandemic began. But the economic factors did remain stronger throughout the state and helped push most of the major industry groups. Initially, the pandemic really hammered down most of the major industry groups, and the recovery, once the recovery began, it was better than what we had anticipated, and it really helped most of the clients that we have throughout the state to have a really strong rebound fiscal year 21-22, and that includes Agoura Hills. And Agoura Hills had a solid 21-22, which was about $250,000 better than fiscal year 2021. And that's consistent with the story that we've seen throughout the state. And most of the industries, as I mentioned, did better. The pools, the state and county pools, attributable to legislation that was implemented back in 2019, AB 147. AB 147 came from a Wayfair Supreme Court decision, and it is the legislation that required businesses that were collecting from out-of-state retailers and third-party retailers to begin to report and remit and collect those dollars, report them into the pools. And that has and was responsible for very significant growth that started in that initial year after AB 147 was implemented. Calendar year 2020, the pools grew on average throughout the state by 30%. And this happened to coincide with the pandemic that took place and started in that first quarter of 2020. As we moved forward into the calendar year 2020, we had shelter in place. All of us had to stay home. Businesses primarily were shut down. Restaurants were shut down. The brick and mortar retail, general consumer goods sector was really hammered down, and that was an impact on Agoura Hills because that is the second largest sector that you have in your city. So we had a driving down of the point of sales tax in most of the industry groups during the pandemic. At the same time, we had the pools growing and really helping offset losses in most of the cities throughout the state. So it was very fortunate timing of the AB 147 and the permanent ongoing pool growth that we've seen and we are continuing to anticipate as we move forward into the future. So if you look again, look at this slide that we have, and starting with the top group that I mentioned, the most of your sales and use tax, in this case it's use tax, is being generated by the state and county pools. And in the fourth quarter of 22, the city received $250,000 out of a total of almost 1.4 million, a really significant contribution coming from the pools. And this did not exist 5 years ago and 10 years ago, 15 years ago. The pools were not even a blip on the radar screen. And now, because primarily of AB 147 and combining an increase in online sales, the pools have to be talked about it, and we talk about it on a regular basis with all of our clients. Starting with the pools, and then the next three groups down, general consumer goods, restaurants and hotels, and fuel and service stations. Those four out of the total 8 groups make up more than 50% of your total sales and use tax budget. So that becomes and is a really big part of the story that we're talking about each quarter. And we really try to focus in on the biggest parts, and that's why the report that we have on the screen here drills down the largest portion of the budget first and all the way down to building and construction, which in this case generated about 70,000 out of the 1.4 million. So it doesn't move the needle nearly as much, and as a result, we really end up, we can focus a lot on those top 4 groups. When we talk about the pools, I talked about 30% growth that took place in all of calendar year 2020. Calendar year 21, the pools continued to do really well and became a really big part of that rebound fiscal year throughout the state, 21-22 fiscal year that I mentioned, where Agoura Hills ended up about $250,000 better than the previous year, 2021. The good news is because of AB 147, which is, the pools are the largest generator of your use tax, we are projecting ongoing permanent growth long-term of 4% annually in the out years, 24, 25 through 27, 28. Now, Dave was talking about the long-term projection on the property tax side, which is one of your major revenue sources in the city. And we have a comparable story when we're looking at the long-term forecast of the sales and use tax. Fiscal year 22-23 and 23-24, however, are going to look very flat. So while we do not have, and we still don't have, a recession built into our short-term or long-term forecast, we definitely, what we have seen and what cities have experienced now 4 quarters at least in a row is a slowing of the growth of all of the major industry groups. So we are projecting a continuing slowing down and a flattening out. In the case of general consumer goods, your second largest sector, you have home furnishings that has been dropping for 2 consecutive quarters. That's the biggest business type within your sector of general consumer goods. And that is very comparable with what is happening, what we're seeing throughout the sector in the entire state is a flattening out of general consumer goods. The long-term projection when we're looking at those out years, the 24, 25 through 27, 28, is relatively flat, continuing trend in brick and mortar retail. We have about 1 to 2% annual increases in those out years. So 22, 23 and 23, 24, when your staff is putting the spreadsheets up on the screen and you're thinking about 21, 22 being such a solid year, and why are those 2 years in between relatively flat? And that is how your forecast looks. The updated forecast that Jim has just completed and given to Christy, we're looking at a very slow growth in 22, 23 and very flat in 23, 24. Statewide, 23, 24 fiscal year, we have less than 1% growth built into the entire statewide forecast, so only about 0.4%. In Agoura Hills, the most recent updated forecast that we have now have about a 1.1% increase between 22, 23 fiscal year and 23, 24. So what I tell clients when I'm meeting with them, I'm going to tell them again this coming quarter is that we need to get through, everyone needs to get through fiscal year 23, 24, be ready for a slowing of the growth of most of the industry groups, and get to those out years, 24, 25 through 27, 28. And this is barring any major recession. We're really hoping for a soft landing, slowing of the growth almost down to nothing, and then a slow upward trend back to normal annualized levels of growth. So we are projecting in our long-term forecast annual growth ranging between about 2.9% to almost 3.5%. So in that 2 to 3% annual increase, more like what we were accustomed to prior to the pandemic, and historical levels of growth is what we're projecting in those out years. So that's the picture when we're looking at your budget and putting it in context with the rest of the state. I do want to mention when I'm talking about that 23, 24, that really, I mentioned only less than 1% growth overall statewide, and just over 1% is projected in your city in 23, 24. We have 3 of the major industry groups that are up on that screen where we're actually projecting a negative. So autos and transportation, which for your city is a little bit less than 10%. You can see it generated in the 4th quarter of 22, 120,000 out of a total of 1.4. So it's less than 10%. But statewide, we have had such a strong rebound and growth from that sector, with prices really factoring into increasing the sales tax. We now, as we get into later quarters in this calendar year and into fiscal year 23, 24, we're expecting prices to start coming down and demand to start dropping. And overall, we have a little more than -3% built into our statewide forecast in that sector. General consumer goods, which mentioned is the city's either number 1 or number 2 sector. It varies. It's very close to the pools in terms of overall total sales tax being generated. That statewide, the forecast is projecting a -0.3% in fiscal year 23, 24. And then fuel and service stations, which is a material impact. It's your 4th largest sector. It generated 190,000 out of the 1.4 in the 4th quarter. So we're getting closer to the between 13 to 15% of your total budget coming from the fuel and service station sector. That 5 quarters in a row now has really grown significantly. We've had upward pressure on all the factors in that sector. So we've had prices that set record levels, prices at the pump that we all are aware of and have experienced. The record level price was set in the second quarter of 22, and they're starting to come back down again. And we are definitely projecting, as we get later into this calendar year, the last 2 quarters of calendar year 23, we're projecting negatives for each of those quarters. And for all of fiscal year 23-24, we have built into our statewide forecast a negative 6.4%. So you can expect a flattening out, a reduction coming in the sales tax that's being generated in that sector as we go forward. So I wanted to highlight those 3 groups in terms of what we have built into our forecast for 23-24. And I mentioned the soft landing, and I mentioned the range estimated 2.9 to 3.5% in those out years. So we just need to get through 23-24, and we should be in good shape once again. So that is the picture at the budget level. I did want to mention one topic, and that's confidentiality. We prepare a newsletter for you every quarter and for all of our clients throughout the state. And we do that, we take a confidentiality report, which is a listing of all of the major industry groups that I have up on the screen, and we drill down even further into the business types within those major industry groups. And we look for any businesses or business types or groups that may be confidential. And so there are confidentiality laws that we have to abide by, that city staff has to abide by. I know that oftentimes staff may get questions about an individual business or possibly even a business type, and there are business types that are confidential. There's a gang, it's called a gang of 4 rule, an 80% rule that has to be followed. And it means that these rules allow combined data for 4 or more businesses to be released as long as no single member of the group is the source of a disproportionate percentage. And that's defined as 80% of the group total. So that is what we abide by, and that's what we review as we're preparing and we're populating the newsletter every quarter to help tell the story, to help the staff tell the story to you about what is happening with your sales and use tax. And I just want to mention that, that issue of confidentiality and how that works. And the final thing I want to talk about is we get a lot of questions. We do a webinar every quarter. We're going to actually do it tomorrow. I'm participating in that. And we get a lot of questions at the macroeconomic level about inflation and Federal Reserve rate increases and worldwide conflicts. How do those factor in to our forecast? Do we take those factors into account? And the answer is yes, we do. We definitely take those factors into account. We analyze, as I mentioned, those 8 groups that are up on your screen. That's how we do our forecast. We're looking at each of those groups. We're looking at the macroeconomic factors and how they may impact each of those industries. Inflation, for one, inflation that Dave talked about and how it impacts property taxes and the property value, and you had a question about interest rates. That definitely does have an impact. And when we get the question, especially in California, and even sometimes more so in Southern California, which is where I have, all the cities that I have are in Southern California, and inflation over the last 4 or 5 quarters in California, because the economy has been going along so strongly and the underlying economic factors have been so solid, inflation has had a positive impact on the sales tax in most of the major industry groups that we analyze on your behalf. So that We do take it into account. That is how it has factored in, at least over the last 4 or 5 quarters. The Federal Reserve interest rate increases. Interest has an impact on autos and transportation. It has an impact on the building and construction sector. And building, as Dave talked about, single-family new homes, we also look at, in the building and construction sector, how are interest rates factoring into either new home purchases or home improvements. And what we're seeing right now is a shift more so from purchasing new homes to staying in the nest and improving our existing homes. That's consistent with the picture that we saw during the pandemic when it began. We had people with shelter in place, and people did not want to travel, and they weren't leaving their homes. They were putting the money into their homes and improving their homes. And so that positively impacted sales tax within the building and construction sector. Building materials, for example, has really done well over the last several quarters. And inflation is a factor there. Inflation driving up the prices. Combining that with strong demand, we're continuing to do some of these home improvements, and building materials, the biggest business type.
Excuse me, can I just ask you, we need to take a short recess. Are you ready to finish up? I know we have questions, or should we just go ahead and move and take the recess right now?
Okay, yeah, I'm right there at the tail end of it, and that was the last point that I wanted to make, to just talk about.
Great, thank you so much. We really appreciate that. And we're going to take a 5-minute recess or 10-minute recess, and we'll come back, and then we're going to probably have some questions for you, and we'll go from there.
Sounds good.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, did you have a question for us?
No question, just 10-minute recess, you said?
10-minute recess. Thank you. All right, welcome back, everybody. I want to thank you so much for that report. Ms. Trulson, does that end your informational item, or do you have more to do?
That concludes our informational item on the revenues and how we come up with our top 3 revenues for the city. And we'll be giving you further detail when we get to the budget workshop in June. Thank you
Great.
very much.
And I forgot to ask, but does anybody have any questions? Okay, great. Thank you so much. All right, so now we are going to, before we move on to public comment, council has no questions on the staff presentation. I'm going to announce that written public comments were requested to be emailed in advance of tonight's meeting. If you wish to speak, please click the raise hand button on the Zoom toolbar now. Public testimony is limited to 3 minutes per speaker, and a speaker's time may not be transferred to another speaker. We respectfully request that if you have something to distribute to the council, you hand it to our city clerk and do not approach the dais. I will now defer to the city clerk.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Buckley Weber. No written public comments have been received and no speaker cards have been submitted. I'll now defer to staff for any remote participants.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Buckley Weber. No hands are raised to speak on this item.
Thank you both. And do any council members have any further questions or comments? And seeing none, this is an informational item, so no action is required by the council. So we'll now move on to public comments. I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, did you have anything further?
No.
Thank you.
No.
Okay. This section is reserved, I'm going on to public comments. This section is reserved for persons wishing to speak on items not listed on the agenda that are under the subject matter jurisdiction of the City Council. For council chamber attendees, please submit a public comment card to the city clerk. For Zoom attendees, please click the raise hand button on the Zoom toolbar now. Public testimony is limited to 3 minutes per speaker, and a speaker's time may not be transferred to another speaker. Persons addressing the council shall not engage in disorderly conduct that disrupts or otherwise impedes the orderly conduct of the meeting. We respectfully request that if you have something to distribute to the council, you hand it to our city clerk and do not approach the dais. I'm now going to defer to Ms. Rodriguez for public comments.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Buckley Weber. No written public comments have been received. No speaker cards have been submitted. I'll now defer to staff for any remote participants.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Buckley Weber. No hands are raised to speak on this item.
Thank you very much. We'll now move on to the consent calendar. This section is reserved for persons wishing to speak on items on the consent calendar. For council chambers attendees, please submit a public comment card to the city clerk. For Zoom attendees, please click the raise hand button on the Zoom toolbar now. Public testimony is limited to 3 minutes per speaker, and a speaker's time may not be transferred to another speaker. We respectfully request that if you have something to distribute to the council, you hand it to our city clerk and do not approach the dais. I'm going to defer to the city clerk again for public comments.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Buckley Weber. No written public comments have been received and no speaker cards have been submitted. I'll now defer to staff for any remote participants.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Buckley Weber. No hands are raised to speak on this item.
Thank you both. Are there any questions from the City Council on the consent calendar, or does anybody want anything pulled? Seeing none, I will now call for a motion and a second to adopt tonight's consent calendar. Will the maker of the motion and second please state your names?
Penny Sylvester moves to approve the consent calendar.
I'll second. This is Deborah Klein-Lopez.
And again, I'll defer to our city clerk for a roll call vote.
Councilmember Lopez?
Aye.
Councilmember Sylvester?
Aye.
Councilmember Wolf?
Aye.
Mayor Anstead?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Buckley Weber?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Buckley Weber, you have approval 5-0.
Thank you very much. I'm now going to move on to the public hearing ordinance part of our agenda. Our next item is a public hearing to consider extending interim urgency ordinance number 23-468U, reestablishing and temporarily continuing a temporary outdoor operations permit program and making a finding of exemption under the California Environmental Quality Act. I will now defer to Assistant City Manager Ramiro Adeva for the staff presentation.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I have a short 30-minute presentation. Just kidding. All right, well, good evening, Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. On February 22nd, 2023, the council adopted interim urgency ordinance number 23-468U, which temporarily continued the Temporary Outdoor Operations Permit Program, or TOOP for short, for an initial 45-day period as allowed by the government code. This took into account the governor lifting the state of emergency declaration on February 28, 2023, and allowed for the remaining businesses with TOOPs to continue operating outdoors until a permanent zoning ordinance amendment is brought before the City Council for adoption, which is expected to happen in the coming months. As a reminder, the initial 45 days would terminate on April 3rd, 2023, unless extended by the City Council at a noticed public hearing, which is the purpose for tonight's item. The government code allows for an extension of 10 months and 15 days if approved by at least 4/5 vote of the City Council. As mentioned at the meeting on February 22nd, although staff does not anticipate needing the entire extension in time to complete the zoning code amendment, it would be prudent to take what the government code allows at this time. So therefore, staff respectfully recommends the City Council adopt interim urgency ordinance number 23-469U, extending interim urgency ordinance number 23-468U, reestablishing and temporarily continuing a temporary outdoor operations permit program and making a finding of exemption under the California Environmental Quality Act. And that concludes my report at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Adeva. Let's see, before we open the public hearing, does any council member have questions for the staff on the staff presentation? No questions? Okay, then written public comments were requested to be emailed in advance of tonight's meeting. If you wish to speak, please click the raise hand button on the Zoom toolbar now. Public testimony is limited to 3 minutes per speaker, and a speaker's time may not be transferred to another speaker. We respectfully request that if you have something to distribute to the council, you hand it to our city clerk and do not approach the dais. I will now open the public hearing, and I will defer to the city clerk for public comments.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Buckley Weber. No written public comments have been received and no speaker cards have been submitted. I'll now defer to staff for any remote participants.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Buckley Weber. No hands are raised to speak on this item.
Thank you. Before closing the public hearing, do any council members have any further questions of staff? There being no further questions, I'll now close the public hearing. And before we move on to deliberations, does any council member have any further comments? Otherwise, I'm going to call on each of you for your deliberations. Let's start with Councilmember Lopez.
Thank you. I am fully supportive of this adoption. I, like Mr. Adeva said, don't think that we will need the full 10 months, but I will say that there are quite a few bills going through the legislature this year that if they are passed later in the legislative year, they may go into effect in January of next year. So, that may affect our ordinance. It may, reduce or clarify some of the things we need to do. So I think it's good timing and I'm ready to proceed.
Thank you. How about you, Councilmember Wolf?
Echoing Councilmember Klein Lopez's comments regarding on the state, there's going to be a lot of movement, but I'm glad that we're moving forward on this right now, and I can make all the findings, and I feel comfortable moving forward.
Thank you. Councilmember Sylvester.
I agree with my fellow council members. I'm ready to proceed.
Thank you. Mayor Anstead.
Yes, thank you. I've also actually talked to the city manager before to understand the rationale. And I'm ready to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. And I believe that our city attorney, Ms. Lee, has a comment to make.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to add that if the council is inclined to move staff recommendation, that they also include as part of staff recommendation to waive full reading of the ordinance. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I have nothing to add other than what my fellow council members have already said. We looked at this, I believe, at the last meeting, and giving the time to staff to do what they need to do to come up with a thorough ordinance is, in my opinion, the way to go. So with that said, can I get a motion and a second? And please state your names.
Councilmember Sylvester makes a motion to adopt the interim urgency ordinance number 23-469U and to waive the reading.
And to make a finding.
And to make a finding.
Make a finding of exemption under California Environmental Quality
Sorry,
Act.
yes.
So it's those three things. Do I have a second?
I'll second. Deborah Klein Lopez.
Thank you very much. Now, let's see. I'll defer to the city clerk again for a roll call vote.
Councilmember Lopez?
Aye.
Councilmember Sylvester?
Aye.
Councilmember Wolf?
Aye.
Mayor Anstead?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Buckley Weber?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Buckley Weber, you have approval, 5-0.
Thank you. Now moving on to the part of our agenda, discussion and action. Our next item is an update on stormwater compliance. I will now defer to Public Works Director, City Engineer Jessica Forte for the staff presentation.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Buckley Weber. Good evening, honorable council members. I'm pleased to share an update on our stormwater compliance this evening. Presenting with me, we have Ashley Desai, the president of Larry Walker and Associates, as well as Kelly Fisher, our Public Works project manager. Next slide, please. Tonight, we will discuss how stormwater regulations came to be, what an MS4 permit is, and our regional efforts to comply with that permit through watershed management planning, ongoing monitoring, a nutrient study, current projects, as well as a look at future compliance milestones. This presentation is a fairly high-level one on a very broad and complex topic. So we're happy to discuss any of these efforts in more detail at the end of the presentation or at a future meeting as the council sees fit. Next slide, please. I'd like to start with how stormwater regulation came to be. The image you see here was published in Time magazine alongside photos of birds and other wildlife covered in oil due to a Santa Barbara oil spill the same year. The photo depicts not only the first fire on the Cuyahoga River, but the 10th in 100 years. Records exist that suggest that the citizens of Cleveland weren't even really that fazed by this fire. They saw it as the cost of industry. And because their drinking water at the time came from the Great Lakes, it wasn't a high priority to address it. Now, when that Time article was published, there was a national outcry for environmental protection. People were so gripped by these images that these grassroots environmental advocates were successful in getting Richard Nixon to create the United States Environmental Protection Agency in 1970, which coincided with our nation's first Earth Day. And only 2 years later, the Clean Water Act was passed by Congress. It's notable that it wasn't until 2019 that Ohio EPA declared fish from this river safe to eat, nearly 50 years later, actually exactly 50 years later. Which speaks to how important it is to act on stormwater pollution in the near term and how long it can take the natural environment to heal from certain pollutants. Next slide, please. Thank you. Naturally, California had a big head start on pollution control. The State Water Pollution Control Board was established in 1949, including the 9 regional boards that still exist. After being renamed in 1963 and merging with the State Water Rights Board in 1967, the State Water Resources Control Board received the name we all know it by. In 1969, the Porter-Cologne Water Quality Control Act was enacted in California. It was so influential that it was used as the basis for the Federal Clean Water Act of 1972. From 1972 until 1987, regulations were primarily for sewage and industrial waste, and in 1987, amendments were made to the Federal Clean Water Act requiring the US EPA to establish regulations to stormwater discharge through the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System, referred to as NPDES. The US EPA, unsurprisingly, allowed California to self-permit that same year. Next slide, please. NPDES permits are called MS4 permits. It's short for Municipal Separate Storm Sewer System. These permits were issued by region. Agoura Hills is regulated by the Los Angeles Regional Water Quality Control Board, Region 4. Region 4 is massive. And as of 2021, the permittees it covers are 99, including the counties of Los Angeles and Ventura, LA County Flood Control District, Ventura County Watershed Protection District, and 95 incorporated cities. The Region 4 MS4 permit was first issued in 1990 and updated in 2001 to refine programs and stormwater capture for new development. In 2012, it was updated again, but more significantly for two reasons. LA County was no longer the principal permittee, and each of the 99 permittees are addressed in watershed groups or individually. Because it established numerical limits called total maximum daily loads, or TMDLs, and permittees still struggle to comply with TMDLs. The MS4 permit is extremely complex, and for a number of reasons, not least of which is the diversity of water resources under Region 4's purview, including snowy conditions, coastal conditions, lakes, reservoirs, and the varying sophistications of all of the permitted agencies. The most recent update to the permit took place in 2021, maintaining most of 2012's provisions, but extending some of the compliance deadlines with the understanding of the difficulty some permittees were having with the TMDL compliance. Next slide, please. Now that we know what an MS4 permit is, what is an MS4 outfall? Outfalls are locations where the urban water that's collected at the street level in the storm drain pipes daylights and enters open water, be it a creek, a lake, or even a concrete channel. Agoura Hills has 40 individual MS4 outfalls that contribute urban water to the open water system during both dry and raining conditions. Each of these 40 locations is subject to the TMDL numerical thresholds required by the MS4 permit. Next slide, please. Now, back to permit compliance. In 2012, the MS4 permit allowed the development of enhanced watershed management plans, EWIMPs, or watershed management plans, WIMPs, as a means to comply with project implementation goals in the permit. And it allowed coordinated integrated monitoring plans, SIMPs, as a means to comply with the permit's monitoring requirements. Because coordinated efforts were allowed, and to maximize the impact of available funding for an unfunded program like stormwater management, cities that contributed to the Malibu Creek watershed joined forces and established the Malibu Creek Watershed EWIMP group. The group includes our city as the lead agency, the cities of Calabasas, Hidden Hills, and Westlake Village, as well as Los Angeles County Public Works Department and Flood Control District. Next slide, please. The group was formed in 2013 and immediately embarked on the development of an EWIMP and SIMP. That document was approved by the EWIMP document was approved by the regional board in 2016, and in 2021, the Malibu Creek Watershed EWIMP group submitted the required 5-year update as a watershed management plan, dropping the moniker enhanced as there were not meaningful differences between the two documents. We're anticipating approval of the current WIMP later this year. With that, I'm going to hand this over to Ashley Desai, president of Larry Walker and Associates, to discuss the purpose of the WIMP and continue through discussing the SIMP and nutrient study. Ashley?
Thank you, Jessica. Again, my name is Ashley Desai with Larry Walker Associates, and I'm going to kind of walk you through 3 components of what's been being implemented in under the stormwater permit. So the watershed management plan, as we mentioned, is basically a plan to discuss what types of things you are going to do to comply with the permit requirements. And one of the first steps that needs to happen is you need to identify what the problems are. What pollutants are you trying to address? So in Malibu Creek, the pollutants of most concern are the top 2 that you see on this list, bacteria and nutrients. And bacteria is really concerned, you want to control that so that it's safe to swim in the creek. That's what bacteria's concerns are. Nutrients is more about protecting the bugs and the fish that live in the streams. Basically because nutrients can cause algae to grow, and algae can cause the oxygen levels to go down and impact the ability of the fish to live in the creek. So those are the top 2 pollutants of concern. there also was identified a number of other pollutants to consider. So trash and sediment, like bacteria and nutrients, all have TMDLs. So those needed to be covered by the plan. But we also looked at all available monitoring data and identified that there's some historic pollutants, PCBs, DDT, historic pesticides that were used, and even though they're no longer being used because they last in the environment so long, there's still some concerns about their impact on fish and other wildlife. And so they were included as in the plan as well, but most of the projects and things that we're going to talk about are really focused on addressing bacteria and nutrients. Next slide. So as we mentioned, we had a plan in 2016, and then we updated that plan in 2021. And the updated plan covered two things. So one was they incorporated changes that happened in the regulations since the last plan was prepared, and primarily that related to these extended deadlines for some of the TMDL. So it gave us more time to comply, so we adjusted the schedules and some of the projects to reflect that. The other thing was some new requirements for something called a reasonable assurance analysis, or RAA. And what that is basically the permit requires you to show through a modeling effort that the projects that you're planning are going to actually result in some water quality improvement. And so there was some new requirements on how that analysis was done that got incorporated into the planning process. So the new new WIMP covers that revised reasonable assurance analysis, and it also incorporated all of the monitoring data that had been collected under the SIMP, the monitoring program. So we were able to update the analysis based on new data. And the other thing that we did was really look at some of the limitations, both financial and practical, around building these projects. How long does it take to build something? How much things cost? And we incorporated some discussion into the WIMP regarding that. And so, like we said, that plan has been submitted and we anticipate approval this year. And we think that implementation, really the goals of implementation are to improve water quality and also provide higher quality habitat through reducing the pollutants. But the other thing that we really wanted to look at was what types of things can support development of the local water supply, right? Let's find multi-benefits for the things that are being done. And so a lot of the projects, particularly the near-term projects that the city will be implementing under the WIMP, really have that focus. So the upcoming projects identified in the WIMP are really a lot of low-flow diversions, which will take water that would normally flow out of those outfalls, divert it to the wastewater treatment plant where they can recycle it or use it as part of the Pure Water project. Additionally, we're going to be looking at feasibility studies for determining whether we can divert some of the wet weather flows to the sanitary sewer system as well, again, to support the increasing the reuse of that water. These additional analyses and changing the types of projects that were considered under the watershed management plan reduced the implementation cost in the new EWIMP by $47 million, from $85 million in the 2016 plan to $38 million in the 2021 plan. Next slide. So now I'm going to shift and talk a little bit about the SIMP, the monitoring program. So the 2012 permit required development of a monitoring program that covered all of the different monitoring requirements. So permit requirements, also TMDL monitoring requirements. And the SIMP was developed in parallel with the WIMP so that the SIMP data could support the development of the WIMP and determining whether or not the WIMP was effective. There was an update. The first SIMP was developed was approved in 2016, and there was an update just submitted last week to update the SIMP to meet the new permit requirements. This slide shows the locations of the various monitoring sites in the watershed. So the sites that are in red are sites that are actually monitored in the creeks themselves. And then the sites that are green and yellow represents the outfalls that we monitor. And you might wonder why we aren't monitoring all of those outfalls that we showed earlier. And that's because the permit allows us to pick representative sites rather than having to expend the money to monitor every single site. We can pick a site that we view as representative. And in this watershed, we can, most of the sources are from residential sources, so we can pick just a few sites that are representative of the same types of sources of pollutants that might happen, and then consider that appropriately representing the conditions and discharges in the watershed. And we want to balance, making sure that we get sufficient data to understand what's going on with the costs of the monitoring program. So we've kind of designed this to not, to make sure that the program provides useful information that will really support the implementation and watershed programs. So next slide. So the SIMP that we just submitted really has a few different goals. And they're designed to look at looking at the amount of pollutants that are coming out of the discharge, these discharge locations, and see if we are reducing pollutant loads over time. We also want to really look at the health of the watershed overall and be able to look at trends over time and see if that is improving. We want to look at be able to assess the effectiveness of the pollutant controls that we're putting in place, and also be able to support updates to the watershed management plan moving forward. So next slide. Now I'm going to shift to talking about a special study that is being implemented in the watershed for the nutrient TMDL. So as we mentioned earlier, nutrients are one of the primary pollutants of concern in the watershed. And there are 2 TMDLs that are in place related to nutrients. So one was developed in 2003. It was the nutrient TMDL. And then in 2013, there was another TMDL adopted that also addresses nutrients, but addresses nutrients' effect on what we call the benthic community. So that's basically the bugs that live in the creek bottom. And so those TMDLs went into the permit. And when we did the EWIMP in 2016, we determined that those TMDL requirements were driving a lot of the costs of the EWIMP. And so we went back and kind of looked at the TMDL a little bit and said, there's some assumptions in this TMDL that based off some of this new data we're collecting and new information in the watershed may not be appropriate anymore. So we decided to initiate that study to basically look at those assumptions, see if things had changed, and determine if maybe there was some changes to the permit or TMDL that were warranted. And so we're looking to complete this study. The final deadline for these TMDLs is in 2026. So we're looking to implement this study and get some results before that deadline occurs. So next slide. So basically what we've found so far is that there is a lot of new information that indicates there might be a need for TMDL changes. And the reason is that the TMDL kind of was based on a few fundamental assumptions. The first is that if you reduce the nutrients in the stream, that you'll reduce the amount of algae that is growing in the stream. And then if you reduce that algae, then that will improve the stream health. So that's kind of a couple of the fundamental assumptions. It also, the TMDL recognized that there's some unique characteristics of this watershed There's some geologic formations that are natural sources of nutrients. And the TMDL said, well, we've kind of accounted for that and we think it's okay. You'll still be able to meet all the limits, even though there's these natural sources, but we wanted to relook at that a little bit. And then the last part was in the 2013 TMDL, they determined that you needed to reduce nutrients during wet weather. And that's not always typical because, you know, if you think about nutrients, they're causing algae to grow. That typically occurs when it's dry in the summer months. But they thought that there was a need to reduce nutrients in wet weather because the loads were flowing down and ending up in Malibu Lagoon and were kind of building up in the sediment. And then that sediment was releasing the nutrients during the summer and causing algae to grow in Malibu Lagoon in the summer. So that's why they added those loads in 2013. So we wanted to look at that again because there was a restoration project that was completed for the lagoon in 2013, just after the TMDL. And basically that kind of restored the natural flushing of the lagoon. And the study results were indicating that maybe sediment wasn't building up anymore. Maybe we didn't need to worry about that as much because they had removed all of that sediment that contained the nutrients from historic discharges. So what we kind of found in our phase 1 study was that we really looked at that new information and determined that it supported that there was some changes from those, that those assumptions may be not applicable anymore. And one of the things we found was that there are other things that are impacting the stream health, those benthic communities, than just algae. And so there might be other things we could do that might be more effective than just removing nutrients to improve the stream health. We also determined that the natural sources may be pretty significant, so where those are entering the stream, it might be really challenging to meet the TMDL numbers. And also that it looked like the wet weather load reductions may not be needed anymore because the lagoon was in such better shape now. And so we completed that phase 1, which was just looking at existing data in 2022. We have submitted that to the regional board and met with them and talked through it with them and identified some potential changes to the TMDL that could be warranted based off of that existing data analysis. And now we're looking to start phase 2 this year in the spring, and that will basically collect data to support those changes that we identified during the phase 1 study. And it'll include the development of justification for any TMDL changes that are warranted based off the data collection and the previous analysis, as well as outreach and stakeholder engagement to discuss those potential changes. And then our goal is to have those TMDL changed prior to the 2026 TMDL deadline. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Kelly Fisher to talk about the projects that are ongoing.
Yes, thanks. I'll provide a quick update on some of the compliance activity efforts that we do and our upcoming projects. Pretty straightforward on the review of construction activities. City staff and consultants conduct regular inspections to the sites, construction sites, to ensure proper BMP control measures are in place. Moving on to the public facilities management, the Public Works and Community Service Department continues to work with our landscape contractor in order to find ways to reduce fertilizers in our parks and our medians. We are also looking at the organics right now. In addition, we continue to switch out our spray irrigation systems in favor of drip irrigation. This not only helps with water conservation, but prevents runoff into the storm drain system. The city has approximately 464 catch basins that were retrofitted with connector pipe, screens, and filters to help comply with our trash TMDL. The city contracts to have these cleaned up to 3 times a year as directed by staff. This program has not only prevented tons of debris entering into our waterways, but has helped ensure our storm drains are flowing properly, especially during this year's rain events. Onto the trash management. The city's landscape and public works contractors pick up trash on a regular basis along city streets and freeway ramps. Over the last couple of years, we've also changed out our trash cans at City Hall and the bus stops. These have been, the style is better for containing trash than what we had before. The crows are not too happy with us, but it's definitely working. Two of our favorite events are the creek cleanup days. Every year we hold one in September, which has been led by Council Member Wolf over the last few years. And we also have a trash pickup around Medea Creek as part of our community service days, which will be this May 6th, if anyone's interested. And I know Mayor Pro Tem Buckley Weber will be at the creek site. The other 3 we can combine. We contract out for storm drain maintenance and the sanitary sewer overflow management, and some degree to the illicit connections with the County of Los Angeles. City staff and consultants respond to illicit discharge complaints, and with the C-Click Fix app, we are able to respond even quicker now. Public right-of-way maintenance, like I said, our contractors usually pick up the trash. I will mention we contract out for our street sweeping work, and the city of Agoura Hills actually does more street cleaning than is required by the MS4 permit. And then our public information, we continue to put out social media, our newsletters. We are actually looking to make some improvements to our water quality webpage. Also, we are looking to start back up our water quality education program that we did for all the 4th graders in Agoura Hills prior to COVID. So we're kind of excited about that. That's always a fun event. Next slide. Oh, yeah. Oh, go back. I'm sorry. The projects. I was going to go straight to the map. We have 2 exciting, this is the exciting stuff, coming up this next fiscal year. We have a low-flow diversion project, which will be 10 locations throughout the city. The purpose of that is to take basically dry weather flow in a storm drain and direct it to the sewer system, where it'll be treated at Tapia Water Plant and reused as recycled water. We've almost completed the design for the most part, and we have been conditionally permitted by the LA County Flood Control District. Completion of the bid documents, it's been a long day, is anticipated by mid-May. We've secured $1.2 million in Prop 1 Round 1 grant funding. We will, once we get the funding agreement in place, we will probably be before you, probably early fiscal year 23-24, seeking authorization to bid. We also have the linear park. I won't get too much into that one. I believe that's coming to you in the next couple months, but it does have several Green Street elements to it. And again, it's on the same path as the low flow. Again, bid documents mid-May. This will have state, Measure M, and Measure R funding, and again, authorization to bid in early 23-24. Next slide, please. It's hard to see, but these are the approximate locations of the low flow diversion. As you can see, they're kind of spread out. We tried to get the kind of the bang for our dollar, I guess, was the way to put it. Next slide. Here's a rendering, well, of the kind of what's being proposed in the linear park. It'll contain bioswales, a modular wetland. And as you can see in the lower left corner, the runoff is coming down from Cornell. When we have flooding issues where it goes across down Agoura Road, we'll be making drainage improvements there, and that muddy debris will go through that modular wetland to be filtered before entering the flood channel. So that's going to be an exciting project. Next slide. And with that, I will turn it over to Mrs. Forte.
Thank you, Ashley. Oh. Thank you, Ashley. Thank you, Kelly. I just wanted to touch on our next steps for compliance, like Mr. Fisher mentioned, excuse me. We plan to install 10 low-flow diversions in 2023-24. We plan to enter into agreements for the next 5 years of monitoring in 23-24. We expect to complete the Linear Park Greenway and bring those water quality elements online in 24-25. We expect to enter into agreements for the next 5-year update of the WIMP in 24-25. We expect to enter into agreements for wet weather feasibility studies in 24-25. And we expect to complete the nutrient study phase 2 in 25-26. Our SIMP and WIMP documents are required to be updated on a 5-year schedule. Feasibility studies allow us to be considered within compliance with the MS4 permit for wet weather. And the cost for feasibility studies are included in the 24-25 budget asks we'll be asking for later this year. I would, before I end our presentation, just like to thank the council for spending the extra time this evening to still hear this. The lion's share of this work does fall to the general fund because stormwater really does not have adequate funding. We have a small local return from Measure W, but it doesn't get the job done. And so your investment in this work is critical to advancing these projects. And we thought it was important for you to see this and all the work that gets done kind of behind the veil before you enter into the nitty-gritty with the budget over the next couple years, and you understand why and where we're asking for this money to go. And with that, I will end our presentation, and the next slide just ask for any discussion that the council may have.
Thank you. That was excellent. You guys did a great job of explaining that, and it's very exciting. So does anyone have any questions of anyone on the panel over there? Sylvester, Councilmember Sylvester?
Yes, thank you. It was a wonderful presentation, and I'd really like to get the PowerPoint so I can look at it on my own. I just have a question for you because I know the creek that runs through Morrison Ranch comes from Oak Park, and I walk up there a lot. And I see trash, coming from Oak Park. What are they doing?
So Oak Park is part of Ventura County, and it's one of the permitted cities. So they are under the same exact set of rules, same exact set of TMDLs that we are. So their trash outfall, as it enters into the city of Agoura Hills, would be held to those same TMDL standards. If that area isn't cleaned and the trash TMDL met, they could be liable for fees and fines by the by Region 4 Water Quality Control Board.
So do we know what the quality of the water is as it flows into Agoura Hills, or is it not monitored?
I don't believe we have a monitoring location at Medea Creek in that location. I would have to go back and see. That wouldn't be part of our coordinated integrated monitoring program. It would be part of Oak Parks. But that's, an interesting element of interagency coordination, and I could look into that for you.
Thank you. That's my only question.
Councilmember Klein-Lopez?
Thank you. I've always said that, as a laywoman council member, water as a topic is one of the most complicated, if not the most complicated subjects that we have to wrap our heads around. I mean, it's complicated scientifically and technically, it's complicated financially, fiscally, it's complicated politically, and so it's really helpful to to get an overview like this and understand the things that are coming in front of us. So thank you for that. It's also very confusing acronym-wise. So, it's a lot to take in for us. But my one question, and it really is something I've tried to wrap my head around for the last 4 years that I've sat here, is how do private properties, like, for example, Lake Lindero, that is obviously a big outflow point. It's privately owned and operated, but yet we're the ones who are held to the standard of the water that comes out of the lake that eventually flows into, the creeks and down to the lagoon. So how do properties like that, and you get all those properties all the way down the river, how does that play into all of this? And, same, with cost sharing too, what is their responsibility versus our responsibility?
That's an excellent question, and again, that lends itself to just how complex this is as it moves from private to public to different agencies within the public owning this land and being responsible for the water. The Lake Lindero HOA is actually responsible for that water quality within the lake, and Ashley, I think you could speak in a little bit more detail to that.
Yeah, so the TMDLs we talked about have requirements for private landowners whose drainage does not go through an MS4. So they are regulated in a different way than the stormwater permit, but they are held responsible under the TMDL, and the regional board can regulate them and fine them or provide requirements.
Okay, so we are not held liable financially for anything that comes off of a large private.
In theory, not, but again, it's such a dynamic system, right? Water doesn't stop at these outfalls. I do know that the Lake Lindero HOA has been in active communication with the Regional Water Quality Control Board, and City Manager Hamburger has, allowed me to work with them to try and help them out, and we've been doing what we can to help them understand what their issues are and navigate such a complex topic. I don't see us being fined at their outfall, but their pollution does contribute to how we would be monitored at our own outfalls. It's very complicated.
Well, that's what my question is. So, I know we're in constant contact with him, but, to the point I made earlier, this is so complex for, these are homeowners, and HOA board members are volunteers and laymen and women. And so, it really is a lot for a bunch of volunteers to take on. So I was just curious how that all plays into this.
I mean, it's a difficult one, and the State Water Resources Control Board regionally does try to provide the scientific resources that they can to entities like that. The HOA is actually a nonprofit, so I think that they fall under a certain category there. I think what we're trying to do as a city, at least for low flow, is try and address each of the 40 outfalls individually, because as the diversions come online, they bring us into immediate compliance. And then if there are other pollution issues, we'll be able to identify what the pollutant source is, be it the lake or other industrial uses. Okay, but we are in a safe haven as far as being in compliance with the permit right now. We are in compliance with our permit currently.
Great. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Wolf.
Hi. So I have more comments. And I want to start off by saying what a terrific presentation I thought that was. And I think that the other thing that you really only touched upon, but you didn't mention fully, is how Measure W, how we don't get the funding we need out here because of the equation, and what a difficult position that puts us in. Now, that being said, I think how we handle our water quality in Agoura Hills should really be a source of pride for a few reasons. And I want to start by thanking Mayor Pro Tem Buckley Weber for asking me to lead the cleanup in 2012, and then thank Kelly Fisher and Amy Brink. And that event, it's responsible for removing over 40,000 pounds of trash from our creeks and our waterways. So really looking forward to ramping that up this year and continuing that. And thank you for the city's support on that all these years. This shows us a sense of place where Malibu Creek watershed, adjacent to the second most populated urban center, yet it's a relatively pristine watershed. So we have to be stewards, and so it's incumbent upon us to make sure that we maintain a healthy ecosystem. And the last point I want to end on is a point of pride for the city of Agoura Hills, because throughout all these storms, we've been hearing a lot of discussion about lack of vision of water capture and water reuse. And here in Agoura Hills, we are going to be walking the walk, talking the talk, where we're going to be capturing the water. And it's not only, by 2028, it's not only going to be for recycled water, but it's going to be in our water supply. And I really don't know any other cities that are doing that. So instead of traveling 440 miles through the State Water Project, water that comes from our storm drains is going to be recycled, and thank you for having the foresight to do that. So I'm really excited, and I do think that our water management in the city of Agoura Hills is spectacular and a source of pride for the city. So those are my comments, and thank you.
Thank you very much. Bravo to the staff and the foresight and the leadership. We appreciate that. So, and correct me if I'm wrong, and maybe the water diversion project has switched this a bit, but one of the issues has always been everything that is upstream, like Oak Park and the Lindero, Lake Lindero and things like that, because by the time it gets down to the city of Agoura Hills, it's almost like, well, it has to be clean when it leaves our city limits, even if it's going to get dirty, again, between the city of Agoura Hills and the ocean. So it's really complicated and really complex, and I appreciate that, that all of you are working so hard on it. Quick question. The lagoon flushing, I know this is part of this study. Will the study give you an idea of whether or not that actually worked? I was involved in that way back when, and I just can't believe it's now been 10 years, right? That's amazing.
Yes.
And it was very controversial back in the day. So I'm just wondering, will this kind of answer the big question?
Yeah, the restoration occurred and was completed in 2013, and then they monitored for 6 years after that. And it has shown that the health has dramatically improved. We're meeting almost all of the TMDL requirements. The ones that are kind of remaining are things that just take a little longer to build the bugs back up, basically. And so we don't think we actually need to do a lot more monitoring or studying, because that 6 years really showed that things are working. And we just have to look at some of the stuff in
That's
the
exciting.
watershed. Yeah.
That's really exciting. And then who approves the watershed management plan?
The Regional Water Quality Control Board approves it.
Okay.
That, as well as the SIMP, and ultimately any changes that we recommend from the nutrient study. Ashley and I have been meeting with them fairly regularly.
Okay, great. I think that's the last question that I had. Again, I think you've done a great job. Oh, and the mayor, Mayor Anstead, you have a question?
Yes, I appreciate it. I actually, Jessica, I wanted to just ask you about the kind of the sentence in here on page 6, I guess it is, concerning where you talk about the study finding that the nutrients in algae are not likely to be the primary cause of the lower stream ecosystem condition scores, and further that the sediment and nutrients from the watershed are not impacting the Malibu Lagoon. So I'm just trying to understand how that conclusion or that statement, how it's impacting going forward? Like, have we applied to lower the TMDLs, or I'm just trying to understand how that statement affects going forward.
That's an excellent question, and Mayor Anstead, thank you for hanging in with us. I know it must be 1 o'clock in the morning over there. So I know it must be 1 o'clock in the morning over there. The finding that you're reading there kind of speaks to what Ashley was discussing about the Malibu Lagoon. I'll let her speak to this a little bit more in just a second. When we talk about the lower stream ecosystem, it's at the kind of confluence of all the streams in Agoura Hills as it enters into Malibu. And so what Ashley was kind of saying, that sediments and nutrients may not be impacting the lagoon, it's because the way they dredge the soils from there allows the water to flow through the lagoon more efficiently and not deposit as much sediment during wet weather storms. But Ashley, can you add to that?
Yeah, so I think that ultimately what we would be recommending is removing the requirements for reducing nutrient loads during wet weather. So because we aren't seeing that impact anymore, that we could modify the TMDL and remove those wet weather requirements, basically. And just focus on controlling in dry weather, basically.
Is that due to we're understanding that there's more natural, from, I think it's the Modelo formation, that it releases more nutrients than we had previously thought, so from naturally occurring,
The Modelo formation, you're absolutely right. The Modelo formation is one of those unusual characteristics of the watershed that Ashley was speaking to. It does contribute quite a lot of phosphorus and nitrates to our watershed. And when we were speaking to meeting those TMDL limits being unattainable, it's due to the amount of naturally occurring phosphorus and nitrates in the system. So now, as far as the reason why we think that TMDL could be lowered or maybe not be as critical today as it was maybe in 2013 is that the data that shows that it flushes through the lagoon speaks to, because TMDLs exist, so that recreational benefits in places like the Malibu Lagoon could be restored. So if we're not contributing an unnatural or urban load of phosphorus or nitrates, if it is from a natural source, we feel that the TMDL may be appropriate to be lowered. And we've had interesting conversations with the regional board about them possibly not lowering the TMDL for the permit, but allowing an exemption for our city, and we're still trying to navigate that.
Thank you.
Any further questions or comments? Okay, so again, thank you all for that. Let's see. Our next, before we move on to public comment, we've already gone through the questions. Written public comments were requested to be emailed in advance of tonight's meeting. If you wish to speak, please click the raise hand button on the Zoom toolbar now. Public testimony is limited to 3 minutes per speaker, and a speaker's time may not be transferred to another speaker. We respectfully request that if you have something to distribute to the council, you hand it to our city clerk and do not approach the dais. I will now defer to the city clerk for public comments.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Buckley Weber. No written public comments have been received and no speaker cards have been submitted. I'll now defer to staff for any remote participants.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Buckley Weber. No hands are raised to speak on this item.
Thank you very much. Do any council members have any further questions or comments? Seeing none, no formal action is required of the City Council on this item. So we will move on to council and staff comments. Are there any comments from staff? You all look too tired for that. Are there any comments? They're leading the way. Any comments from city council members?
I actually do have one that I was requested to make by city staff. And that's just to remind the public that there is going to be a public workshop about the Chumash Park Restroom Rehabilitation Project. It'll be held on Tuesday, April the 4th from 2 to 4 p.m. at Chumash Park.
Any further comments? Councilmember Klein Lopez?
Thank you. I have one thing that I would like the council to consider for a future agenda or a subcommittee discussion. I discussed this with our city manager. It felt it was more appropriate to bring up here than in our budget goal setting sessions. But, you know, pre-COVID, we didn't really have the internal technology to zoom in like we do. And then COVID brought us to upgrade, and it's great for the public, and it's very inclusive. And it's certainly flexible for, you know, real life situations that come up, you know, conferences, whatever. And AB 2449 addresses illness and things like that. But I think it begs the question of the public expectation of how often we need to be here. Of course, we are always here when we try. But, you know, theoretically, I could go to vacation in Spain for 3 months, and as long as I posted the address in Spain, I can zoom in, which is certainly not what the public expects us to do. So, you know, not talking about any one of us, but always extrapolating to future councils as well. I'm hoping we can revisit the norms to look at what is an expectation of being here in person, under what parameters, circumstances, because we obviously, I think the public has an expectation that we are here as much as we possibly can.
And the norms don't address that? Because under the bill that the governor signed, don't you have to have cause to be away from here?
The bill, AB 2449, is cause for you not to notice your address. So for example, if I had a child that was sick and I had to be home, or had a long-term illness or something, I could zoom in from home and not have to disclose my address. But this is actually pre-COVID. It's actually pre-COVID rules that don't really take into account the new technology that we've incorporated over the last 3 years. So I think, you know, we either need to go back to an adjusted subcommittee now that Councilmember Linda Northrup is no longer sitting with us, or just a staff recommendation. I don't know how to best go about it, but I just wanted to throw it out there for consideration.
Well, I, for one, would support taking a look at the norms to deal with this because, you know, it's something that needs to be done. You're right, the technology is there now. And, you know, I, for one, like us being here. I find that it's just, you know, and having staff here, there's more of a conversation. It's easier for me than to be on a screen. So I'm all for taking a look at it and seeing what everybody else thinks and seeing what we can do. So we can either pick a new norms committee, or I could stay on the norms committee and we could pick another person to join me, and we can take a look at this area without having to start from scratch.
Yeah,
So
and
we
I
wouldn't
don't-
be, I'm sorry.
Sorry, I was going to say, I don't know if it should go through communications or if norms is, because it's specific to that. Go ahead, Ms. Lee, I'm sorry.
Well, certainly we can't make that decision tonight or discuss it any further. So perhaps what we can do is have staff kind of discuss internally and figure out if it's best to bring it back to the council again to have a further discussion on it, or to take it to the appropriate committee.
That sounds good to me, if that sounds good to the rest of the council.
Thank you.
Any objection? Anybody object to that? Do we need a roll call vote for that?
Well, I'm not asking for any action. I'm just
No, it's
asking
not
for
action,
something
but
to be
just-
considered for a future agenda.
Okay. All right, then. Do we have at least 3 people who want to consider it for a future agenda?
I think I would like to discuss this item if you're going to bring this up. I think, first of all, I think Attorney Lee needs to discuss the current provisions in the law that do allow for people to attend by video conference. And I think I'd also I feel like this is being targeted specifically at me for attending today by video conference, where I had a business meeting in Florida and could not be there in person. And I wanted to make sure that I was attending the meeting tonight. And there is certain circumstances where, and due to business reasons, you cannot be at the city council meeting, and the provisions in the law allow for people to attend by video conference. And this is just a way, we've just changed the norms earlier, and this seems a way just to add to the norms that if somebody attends by video conference, that's going to be.
We're not actually discussing this right
Yeah.
now.
If I can interrupt you for a minute, Mayor, that's fine. So what I'm taking is that you do not want to revisit the norms?
No.
Or give it, or have it, excuse me, that you do not want it to be handed off to staff to determine what the next step would be?
No, the law currently addresses this issue already.
Okay, so is that a yes or a no?
That's a no.
Okay. Then, if I can just take another straw poll, does anybody else, object to having the city manager and the staff determine whether or not something should be brought to a subcommittee, or that they can make a recommendation one way or the other?
The directions provided that to bring an item back, and we can bring an informational item back, and I think that's probably the next appropriate step. And then at that point, the council can give further direction if you want an ad hoc committee, or you'd like staff to bring back changes, or for the ad hoc to consider those potential changes. But I think that's probably the next best approach, because I think we're starting to dive into discussion of
Yes,
the
I
validity
agree.
of the item, and I'm concerned we're just going beyond just the direction that's been provided.
Right, but just correct me if I'm wrong, that it would take 3 members of the council to even want to have you bring this back.
As an informational item?
Yeah.
We've kind of done it both ways informally. Hey, can you just bring in for informational item? If you wish to make it formal and just to be very clear, then you can go ahead and say, the motion would be to bring back an informational item to discuss this.
And I think that's what we should do. So do we have a motion and a second, and state your names, to bring back this recommendation as an informational item?
I'll make the motion.
That's Deborah Klein Lopez. Thank you. Do I have a second?
Well, I would just like to clarify I would just like to request Ms. Lee to give us the legal, what is already existing.
That would be the informational item.
Okay, then if it's information from Ms. Lee, yes, I will second it.
Great, thank you. Do we need to take a roll call vote on that? So let's do it.
Councilmember Lopez?
Aye.
Councilmember Sylvester?
Aye.
Councilmember Wolf?
Aye.
Mayor Anstead?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Buckley Weber?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Buckley Weber, you have approval 4-1.
Thank you very much. Are there any other comments from the City Council? If not, then we are going to adjourn tonight's meeting in memory of Maria Concha Vasquez. Recently, the city lost a well-loved and contributing member of our community. Maria Concha Vasquez was an active member of the senior program and participated in a variety of programs at the city's Rec and Event Center. Maria made friends everywhere she went and was well-liked among her peers. She always encouraged the group to attend senior program luncheons and activities. She volunteered in bingo, helping to coordinate and facilitate weekly games. Maria was also a docent at the Reyes Adobe Historical Site, where she volunteered for Reyes Adobe Days, attended children's programs, and gave tours. Maria's oldest son, Joel Ortiz, shared the following message, quote, "Mom loved being a part of the community in Agoura Hills. She enjoyed playing bingo and many other activities the senior center offered. She also enjoyed her role as a Reyes Adobe docent. It was heartwarming to see how many friends she made over the years. She loved belonging to such a great group of people. We want to thank the city and their staff for the wonderful environment you provided for all seniors, including our mom, Maria, to enjoy. On behalf of the City Council and the entire City of Agoura Hills family, I would like to adjourn tonight's meeting in honor of our beloved senior and city volunteer, Maria Concha Vasquez, and extend our sincere condolences to her family and friends. So with that, and I would just say in her memory, you know, of anybody watching this tonight, join our senior programs. We have some great things going up there, bingo and all kinds of games and excursions. And so at the time, we'll adjourn tonight's meeting. Will the maker of the motion second to adjourn in memory of Maria Concha Vasquez please state your names?
This is Councilmember Wolf, and I will make a motion to adjourn tonight's meeting in memory of, help me out.
Maria.
Maria.
This is Deborah Klein Lopez. I'll second.
Thank you very much. And I'll defer to the city clerk for a roll call vote.
Councilmember Lopez?
Aye.
Councilmember Sylvester?
Aye.
Councilmember Wolf?
Aye.
Mayor Anstead?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Buckley Weber?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Buckley Weber, you have approval 5-0.
Thank you. So tonight's meeting is now adjourned.